Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor.
And I'm Kelly.
And we are the co-hosts of Jumping Bomb Audio, the #1 show all about the world of Joshi Pro Wrestling. Episodes drop every other Monday, where we discuss the biggest Joshi news, review shows, and preview the hottest upcoming Joshi action.
So whether you're a new fan or an old fan, we've got something here for you at Jumping Bomb Audio.
Check us out on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 251, and this week I am very happy to be joined by a first-time guest. Hello, Arametha.
Hey, John. How you doing today?
Good. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's rainy weather out here in Iowa, but it's fine otherwise.
Oh, you're from the home of Caitlin Clark. What else do I know about Iowa? Seth Rollins?
WWE has like some kind of a training center out in Cedar Rapids, I think.
Oh, yeah. You know, what the fuck is that town that's always my go-to whenever I'm trying to name a random American town?
Oh, your equivalent of Bipu?
Yeah, there's like a town in Iowa. I think it's in Iowa. What the hell is it now, though? Can't remember what it is, though. I don't think it's Cedar Rapids. So what is like another famous Iowa town that sounds really random?
I think they would all sound equally random to me. I'm not even from here. I just happen to live here for the past 10 years.
Let's see. Iowa biggest, because it's bothering me now. Iowa biggest cities. Des Moines. There you go. That was the one.
That's where I live. Des Moines.
Des Moines. I know so much about it. I don't even know how to pronounce it. But yeah.
To be fair, this is a state that has a town spelled Madrid. How would you pronounce that?
Madrid?
Yes.
Isn't that just Madrid?
See, you would think that, but it's called Madrid in Iowa.
Oh.
That's how the locals pronounce it.
Okay. Well, anyway, so Des Moines is my go-to city where I'm like bringing up like, oh, it's so great that Okada now wrestles in Des Moines, Iowa. But yes, that's my go-to for like random American city.
You know what? It is a very small city. There is nothing really notable or particularly great about it, so it's a good choice for that.
But I live in New York, and I mean, at least you don't have to like sit in like an hour and a half traffic just to go in from like the Bronx to Manhattan. So who's really winning? Not me. But yeah, so we're back here a month later after the last episode. I was like, we're going to do way more episodes now, and blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, here goes a month without doing an episode. But I can sort of explain it. So basically, I had a really, really, really busy May between my actual shoot job was super busy with because they basically have me doing 3 jobs at once. It's kind of bullshit. They gave me a raise. It always sounds better like before you actually get the paycheck, you know, because then of course Uncle Sam has to take their percentage. I don't want to turn to Joe Lanza here, like taxation is theft, but like it's just you always think you're going to get more of a raise than you're actually going to get. But anyway, so they gave me a raise, but it's still not enough of a raise for the fucking amount of work I've been doing. But it's just temporary until they hire my replacement to for the previous job I was doing. But until then, I have to basically do 3 jobs at once. So the amount of goofing off during the workday I've been able to do is drastically reduced. So that hasn't been great. And on top of that, I was presenting 2 panels at Anime Boston last weekend. So between going to the convention and also working on my panels, that took up a lot of time too. So I just didn't have any time to do an episode since the early May one. But the good news is all that's behind us. The Anime Boston panels went really well, except for you'll never believe this. Now, as a longtime listener, I believe you'll be very shocked to learn that I offended an AEW fan at my panel. he went on Blue Sky and complained afterward about all the shots I took at AEW.
Oh, he didn't heckle you directly from the crowd.
No. He actually went and complained on Blue Sky. So now I asked my girlfriend's there, and she has no real dog in any of these fights. I'm like, did I really make fun of AEW that much? And she's like, no. You made like 2 remarks maybe in an hour. And when the guy also said I made fun of AEW more than WWE, I was like, there's no way that's true, right? And she's like, no way. So it's probably another case of a very oversensitive AEW fan. But, not that, I mean, of course, there's none of those out there. So, as we all know. But yeah, maybe this guy was one, as it turns out. But yeah, he was very upset with me. But everybody else in the room seemed to really like the panel. And, my travel panel went really well too. That was the first time I ever presented an AnimeCon panel and overheard someone like turn to their friend and go, that was really good right after it was over. So that was great.
Oh, that's such a great feeling.
I know. It's like she said it in a tone like she was not expecting it to be good, which yes. I can only assume means she walked into the room, saw one like kind of weird looking white person as the panelist for a Japan travel panel and was expecting me to like tell them how to bow or something, like really like surface level bullshit. And instead I actually had great information and, because I've been there 5 fucking times now and, have actually planned out lots of different types of trips and stuff. So I feel like it makes me feel like the what I look like versus what I actually presented, I think was a gap. I think that's what that was about.
That's some of it. As someone who's also been to a fair number of anime cons, for fan panels especially, the bar for being above average is fairly low, and it's a nice surprise when someone you don't already know one way or the other gives you a really nice experience at a panel. So
yeah, I mean, you can always tell. I don't know if you've ever. You said you've been to cons. Have you ever hosted a panel or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you can always tell, right, when you're not losing any audience,
yes.
like when the crowd
you can feel from the audience when what you're presenting is interesting to them and that you're doing it in an interesting way. Yeah,
because I mean, I've had panels that have not gone over great before, so I'm not like, especially it's like a learning curve. So I feel like by now I've gotten much better at it and figured out how to present the panels. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really bad AnimeCon panelists now. So I do think the bar has also been lowered, which helps me. Like, instead of competing against people who know what they're doing, I'm competing against people who are like, I'm going to write like 5 paragraphs on my slide and just read them verbatim, which is like the very first thing they tell you not to do if you ever take like a presentation 101 class. Like, they tell you not to, because I don't know, for people who might not have any experience with this, they tell you not to do that primarily because if you just put text on a slide and then first of all, the text could be too small for people to see anyway. But if you put text on a slide and just read off the slide, all you're inviting to do is for the crowd to read ahead of you and then just sit there bored while you're still reading the slide. So it doesn't make any sense to do that. You're just basically boring your crowd. So a shocking number of AnimeCon panelists do that now. And I feel like even like 10 years ago, they didn't used to do that so much. So somewhere in there, we lost a lot of the con panelists who actually knew how to do a presentation. So now it's just a way for the people to get a free badge, I guess. So
that's a real shame. I've been to some great panels hosted by people like Mike Toole, or
yeah.
Daryl Surratt. Yeah, like you said Anime Boston. Right?
Oh, whoa. Guess what?
Yeah, what?
So Daryl Surratt was the butthurt AEW fan.
Oh, he was!
I wasn't going to mention my name, but...
I know the guy.
Yeah, he does do great panels. I mean, I went to one of his panels during the con, too. But that's why... So I don't follow him on Blue Sky or anything. I think I might follow him on Twitter. I don't remember. But a friend of mine, another person named John, actually, tagged me because Daryl, I guess, was sort of complaining about the panel and basically said something like, I think annoyed John, too, because he said that I didn't seem to like Tokyo Joshi that much, which I guess is pretty much true in 2025.
It's your mistake.
So John was like, I could tell a Tokyo Joshi story, but I'll wait a second.
Okay.
So John was like, I think that's my friend at Just One MB, and they really know their stuff, but I guess I definitely disagree with them about Tokyo Joshi. And I was like, well, I just haven't really been into them since since a few years ago. But anyway, the point is though, so basically he tagged me in this one. And I remember thinking, like, I kind of wish you hadn't tagged me because I didn't really need to see that Daryl Surratt hated my panel, basically. But I mean, it's whatever. I mean, he really, like, once he started saying that I was harder on AEW than WWE, I was like, okay, well, this is kind of ridiculous because I know I complain more about WWE than AEW. But because I remember I went on a whole rant about why the fuck did they pull Omos because I showed the match that Kaito Kiyomiya versus where he loses the title to Ozawa. Like, I showed that clip. So Omos is obviously in that clip. And I went on like a whole rant about like, why did they pull Omos for no reason when they're not even putting him on TV? And I don't remember saying anything that bad about AEW. So I don't know. Apparently, I made like an offhand joke that the 4 pillars in AEW didn't go as well as the 4 pillars did in All Japan back in the day, which who the fuck would even disagree with that, first of all? Like, yes, was Jack Perry as successful as Kenta Kobashi? It's a real... It's a tough one. I don't know. Jack Perry or Kenta Kobashi? I don't know. But yeah, he pointed that one out, and I'm like, that was like an offhand remark for like half a second. But anyway. But yeah, other than Daryl Surratt and hating it, it went really well. But yeah, Mike Toole, I know him pretty well, actually. I've hung out with him before, and he does put on some really cool panels too. So, and did you ever see the one like Dubs It Time Forgot?
Yes, I've seen a couple of those that he's done. Yeah. I used to go to Otakon every year for a few years there, so his stuff was just
we were at
can't
the same
miss.
Con.
Quite possibly, yeah. Just had no idea.
Yeah, because I go that every year too, and I'm gonna have at least 2 of my panels there as well. It sounds like, I don't know. They weirdly changed how they do panel acceptances this year, where like they say accepted, but accepted can mean you're either scheduled or waitlisted, which I've never seen before. I've never seen that before at a con. So I don't know. I could be on the schedule. I could be waitlisted. I don't really know. But
hopefully that's a sign of improving quality in the fan panels then. Though I seem to remember Otakon had a pretty high hitting average for their fan panels.
You haven't been in a while, have you?
No, I haven't. Like pre-pandemic.
Yeah, it's fallen off.
No.
Yeah. The big thing I noticed is at Anime Boston this year and at Otakon last year, there's a lot of panelists. You obviously you get scheduled for an hour, right?
Right.
And this happened to me twice at Anime Boston and happened at least once at Otakon last year. Like 40 minutes into the panel, they're done. They're just like, oh yeah, we don't have anything else. Goodbye. I'm like, how the fuck did you only bring enough material to fill 40 minutes of your hour and just kick everybody out of the room? Like, you don't have anything extra you can go into. You can't do like a Q&A or something. I've seen panelists like get through their planned material in less than an hour, but like you're supposed to have like something else, or at least you're supposed to know your topic well enough to just fucking improvise or something. Instead of just being, oh, well, it's 40 minutes and that's everything I plan to talk about. All right, see you later. Like, it's really bad. I'm like, especially at these bigger cons where like you almost have to wait like 30 to 40 minutes to guarantee that you'll get into the panel if it's a popular topic, which was at least for one of them for Anime Boston. Like, I almost waited the same amount of time you took to give your fucking presentation. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, that's like a pattern now. And I'm like, well, you definitely just like, it's like these panelists who just want to get a free badge. They look up a topic on Wikipedia. They're like, oh, I know Sailor Moon. I can look this up on Wikipedia and put together a panel. And then they only bring enough material for 40 minutes. And they're like, okay, well, goodbye. So it's just very, very weird. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, maybe go to fewer panels and just spend more time hanging out with your friends.
Yeah.
That turns out to be what most Otakons have been for me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have cut back on my panels at Otakon because, like I said, they're nowhere near as good anymore. But yeah, so that's that. I guess the topic was why you haven't seen an episode in a month, and we got on a tangent. But the good news is you're going to see more episodes this month because we have this episode right at the start of June. I have another episode next week, another one the week after that. So at least 3 in June, maybe 4. We'll see if I actually get 4 episodes in. So you're going to get, if you love Omakase, you're going to get a lot of it. If you're a hate listener, you're going to have a lot more to hate listen to, I guess. So you know, because I know the hate listeners are out there.
Yeah, win-win situation. Huh?
It is. I mean, it's great. I make my fans happy, and I make the hate listeners upset. So, you know, it's both. The people who don't have me muted on the Super JCast server are gonna be thrilled. So you wanted me to ask you what? Oh, yes, that's what you want me to ask you. How did you get into pro wrestling, sir?
So unlike a lot of other wrestling fans, like I didn't really watch WWE as a kid, like at all. I don't remember any of my friends being into it.
You got very lucky.
Yeah, I'm in my mid-30s now. So that was, I think, during the NWO period was when I was a kid. A lot of people my age, that was a big entryway.
Yeah, because we're almost the same age, and that was my entry. Was NWO and WCW. So.
Yeah, the reason I got into pro wrestling was because, as you probably gathered from our extensive discussion of anime cons, I'm a gigantic weeb. I really enjoy anime and tokusatsu and all kinds of like very nerdy Japanese media.
I didn't know you were a Toku fan too. I was just watching Time Ranger recently, like a few weeks ago. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
No, I haven't. How is it?
That's what it's. I mean, I'm like 10 episodes in. It's like, people have no idea what we're talking about. So Tokusatsu is a show they turned into Power Rangers each season, and Time Ranger is one they turned into Time Force. So just to get that out of the way, and I've always wanted to watch it because Time Force as a kid was my favorite Power Rangers, and I've heard that Time Ranger is they took a lot from Time Ranger basically to turn into Time Force. So, but yeah, it's very interesting. It's like a little different than I expected. You can see a lot of similarities, and then there's like obviously like slight things they changed. Whereas for people who don't know, a lot of Sentai seasons they take almost nothing from Power Rangers except the actual like costumes and the Zords. So like having a show where they actually took a lot of plot points from the Sentai is pretty rare. But yeah, Time Ranger and Time Force is one of the more close adaptations apparently. But yeah, it's interesting seeing it though without like they apparently it gets very convoluted later with all the time travel stuff, which I guess makes sense. But in the early part at least, it's like just pleasant and pretty enjoyable to watch. But yeah, it's like they're clearly trying to go. Have you ever watched? I don't know what Tokus you watch. Like, there's so many of them. Have you watched
not a lot of Super Sentai to be honest. So that's kind of a big gap in my knowledge. But I watch a lot more Kamen Rider. I'm a Kamen Rider fan.
But yeah, I was gonna say they went for a very serious vibe in Time Ranger. So yeah.
Okay.
I've only watched a few Kamen Riders. I've watched Double, which I love. Double.
That's a great one. That's one of my favorites.
I've watched Double. A little bit of O's because that was like the one after Double.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And a little bit of what's the space one? Forze?
Oh, Forze's terrific. That's the first one I ever saw, and I loved that one.
And there's one with like what's the one where the second rider's like drives a car instead of a motorcycle or something? Is that Drive?
Drive is where the primary Kamen Rider, drives a car. Yep.
So maybe that's the one I'm thinking of then. Yeah, I've watched that. I think that might be pretty much it because I haven't watched that much Kamen Rider, honestly. A little bit of Den-O, I think. A little bit of Den-O.
Oh man,
Yeah,
the train themed one, yeah.
I think Double is the only one I've seen all the way through, though.
I think if you polled the Tokyo Joshi wrestlers, as I kind of did when I went to a fan event to get autographs from them, I think O's came up the most as a
They
favorite
love
common
O's,
writer for
really?
them.
Maybe they love that. That's the one where like the girl support character is like super strong.
Yeah, but I think it's as a comedy thing. I think the
I
other
know.
thing about
I
it
know.
is that it's one of the better Fujoshi bait shows as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that because like the villains are hot too, right? Is that what I'm thinking?
Villains are hot, but more importantly, you know the hand, the detached hand, that is kind of an antagonistic sidekick to O's.
Yeah.
Phoenix, I think, is his name. He's really hot, basically.
Mm.
And the two of them have a climactic showdown on a beach. They're both knee deep in the waves, dripping wet, and slugging each other down. It's extremely homoerotic.
So what you're saying here is the Tokyo Joshi roster are all Fujoshi.
Quite possibly.
Okay.
Look, I'm not making any accusations here, and quite frankly, I'm not safe from them either. So,
which one did Tanahashi love? Was it Deno?
That I don't know. It might be. Deno was extremely popular at
Deno was very,
time.
very popular. Yeah, that I remember. And I feel like he's the right age, right? Because it wasn't Deno like 2007 or 2008 or something?
That sounds right.
Right. Let me look it up real quick. I'm just curious. 2007, yeah. So he would have been like a young adult basically around that time. So I feel like he could have watched it. Although he would have been an active wrestler already. But I could have sworn I saw something like Tanahashi loves Deno. Let's just see if this knows.
I know he's a huge Kamen Rider fan in general.
Yeah.
And I think
okay. His favorite is Kabuto, which I guess actually makes more sense on a timing standpoint because that's only 1 year earlier. Okay, so he's still watching fucking Kamen Rider while in New Japan. So I thought Kabuto was like 2001 or something.
Deno is probably kind of a weird choice for a grown adult to love. It was geared a little more towards kids than most Kamen Rider series. Kabuto, I think, makes more sense to me.
Yeah, but he was still watching that like 2006. He was watching that while he's fighting Brock Lesnar or fucking Giant Bernard.
That's what he was getting his strength from at the time.
I guess so. But yeah, it's just kind of funny to think about. Like you think he's gonna say something from like I don't know 2000 or something at least when he's still like a young boy, but now it's like no, I was fighting Giant Bernard one night and I'm rushing home to watch Kabuto. It's kind of funny. But yeah, so you're a big Tokusatsu fan, and you got I guess you're saying you got into wrestling off of that.
Yeah, because one of the things I had kind of learned was that I love a good anime fight. I love a good anime tournament. I love fighting anime, like Fist of the North Star, Naruto, that kind of thing. I'm at that age. And pro wrestling was apparently a huge influence on how those fighting stories were told. So I had always had in the back of my mind, eventually I should check out this pro wrestling thing. It might be my kind of thing. And the first time I did watch a wrestling show was in early 2019, related to another weeb interest of mine, the fighting game tournament, CEO, if you've ever heard of it.
Yeah, wasn't that where Kenny Omega had his show?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the host of CEO, the guy who founded it, Jabali, is friends with Kenneth Omega. And yeah, Kenny Omega had a short show that was streamed live on Twitch that I watched end to end and really enjoyed.
Kenny that's where one of them almost murdered Naito.
Yes, quite possibly. I think it's actually regarded by actual wrestling fans at the time as an extremely bad show.
Yeah, the match itself was the rest of the show was pretty bad, but that one match, I think it was Naito Hiromu against the Golden Lovers, I think, was the match, and that match was really good. And I just remember there was like one delayed German suplex where they almost murdered Naito and dropped him right on his neck, and I'm like, oh, of course Naito would almost die on a stupid gamer show.
You know, to be honest, I don't remember that match at all. You want to know what match I do remember?
Was it like Michael Nakazawa?
It was the Michael Nakazawa match. When you're watching wrestling for the first time, it's the really outlandish stuff that tends to stand out. So yes, Michael Nakazawa dousing himself with baby oil and wrestling over like component parts for a fight stick with Jabali is what I remember the most from that.
So he faced Jabali?
I think so, yes. I think that was a vanity match.
I was like struggling. I remember there was a Nakazawa match, and I was struggling to remember who the fuck he wrestled. And it's like, of course, I couldn't remember that because it was Jabali, apparently. But yeah, what a show! Everybody, go see if you can find that one online somewhere. I'm sure
Really don't.
Want to see Nitro almost die?
Yeah, but no. After that, I saw an article on Deadspin saying, "Oh, the best pro wrestling tournament in the world is happening this summer," and that was about the 2019 G1 Climax,
which was an awesome G1.
And yeah, that was a fantastic G1. It was my first G1. It was my introduction to New Japan. And I was into it for a little bit, but when I watched Ishii versus Shingo, that was the moment like it all clicked. And I was like, oh, I think this is going to be my main thing for a while.
Yeah, and then so how did you get into Joshi off of that? Because obviously, I personally know you more as a Joshi fan, I feel like, on the Discord servers and stuff.
Yeah, I tend to comment more on Joshi. I don't necessarily think of myself as primarily a Joshi fan, but yeah.
Well, you're like me, you watch both, I guess, right?
I do, yeah. I primarily watch New Japan, but Stardom I got into because I asked a friend who would know, hey, like the G1 was really cool, but there were no women there. Where's the women's matches like this? And he pointed me to the 5-star Grand Prix, which was starting up shortly after the G1 finished up, so it was great timing. That 2019 5-star Grand Prix, in retrospect, was probably a little weird. That was the one that Hana Kimura won. But it had a lot of great matches.
Yeah, I barely remember the 2019 one. I think I watched at least some of it, but I can't really remember anything about it. But my biggest memory around that time is the because now you're getting a little further ahead, but like 2020, obviously the pandemic happens, and I remember they had one of the first like empty arena shows at Korakuen. And
yes,
I remember it being
people gate.
Yeah, and I remember it being pretty damn good because that was like the one where like Momori Nakanishi showed up in like a random battle royal.
Yes,
like,
yep.
Like, what the fuck is she doing here? Which that's actually great because we're gonna talk about her later. But
yeah, main evented by Mayu Iwatani and Saki Kashima in a lumberjack match. That was really good.
Oh, because that was like right after Saki's heel turn, right?
Exactly. Yeah, when she joined Oedo Tai.
Yeah, I mean, a career-changing moment for Saki Kashima.
Before she found her true calling as a comedy wrestler.
Yeah, but have you ever seen? I think I asked somebody else this, and the answer was no, which disappointed me. Do you ever see that video that somebody caught on Twitter of like Saki Kashima set to Steve Blackman's theme song?
No,
it's like
sounds
good.
It's
like a great comedy montage because it's like the Lethal Weapon Saki Kashima, and it's like all her like either falling down trying to throw a kick or like getting kicked in the face by Saori during training. It's like it's a really funny montage. And you always forget she's an actual kickboxer.
No, I didn't know that. She is.
She's an actual kickboxer.
That's crazy.
Because it's like, yeah, she had an actual kickboxing background. I don't know if she's really good, but she had an actual kickboxing background, so it's just very funny. Because I remember thinking, like, okay, well, all of God's Eye has an actual fighting background, except, of course, Lady C, whose, I guess, background is being tall. I guess it's her fighting style. And
great teacher Onizuka is any indication, being a teacher in Japan is also its own martial art.
That is true. But I was thinking it's Lady C and Saki, but then I look it up, I'm like, wait a second, Saki fucking did kickboxing. So it's just Lady C who never did any actual martial arts. Because Hina did something. I can't remember. What the fuck did Hina do?
Probably Juno.
Yeah.
Judo.
Yeah. So I remember she did something, but I can't, all three of them, but I can't remember what it is now.
She has those judo throws. I think all three of the sisters, have a background in judo.
All the ones who start really young all tend to be like actual fighters. It feels like now, but although I don't remember, did Azumi have an actual fighting style? No, maybe she didn't.
At 14 when she started?
Yeah. Because I think Starlight Kid didn't either, but Starlight Kid's whole story is her mom was like super into Neo. So that's why her mom said. But it makes it like you can sort of understand why, because obviously the whole like signing your kid up for wrestling training sounds insane, and it kind of is. But you can sort of understand why the parents do it when their kid is into actual fighting. You know, it can seem like a natural evolution. It's when the parent signs the kid up who isn't into actual fighting, where I'm just like, why are you taking a 14-year-old Azumi and being like, go with the weird man with the hats, little girl, like go he'll teach you how to fall down repeatedly. Like, it does seem a little weird. I
wonder if the parents think it's a safer hobby than judo or other martial arts, right? Because it's fake, right?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, okay, Starlight Kid's mom, she can't fucking say shit because she's an actual fan. She went to all those Neo shows. She saw people bust each other in the mouth. She should know how dangerous that is. She was like, she just wanted to live vicariously through her daughter, I think. So, but yeah, I don't remember how we got on this topic again.
we're 30 minutes in. We haven't talked about any of the
we have like 15 shows. We have like 15 shows to talk about. So, look, at least like you were talking about earlier, how you said we had a flagship like rundown here of shows, except without shitty American wrestling, and you were like, well, we're not going to waste any time, though. I was like, no, we managed to waste some time. We didn't talk about masturbation, but we did talk about
more important things. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I very rarely have another weeb on the show, even though people have described this as the official wrestling podcast of weebs. So it is just refreshing to have a weeb on the show. What's your like favorite anime of all time?
Of all time? Urusei Yatsura, the original.
Oh, that's a great pick. See, I would go with I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite ever, but it's one of my favorite ever is the original Rama. So.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So same.
They're doing a remake of that pretty soon.
I haven't watched. Well, it's already. Yeah, season 1's out already on Netflix.
Okay.
It's in Netflix hell, unfortunately. So, but it is really good. So if you don't have Netflix and want to sign up for it, but yeah, the original is like really, really, really long and has no ending. So it's tough for me to recommend it, even though I absolutely love it. But it's like one of the funniest anime I've ever watched, especially like early on. It's one of the funniest anime I've ever watched. So
yeah, well, earlier fandom was part of being an anime fan was distinguishing yourself from just being a kid who watches cartoons, right? And cartoons don't have stories like anime has. So it was very obnoxious when there was a big long anime that wouldn't really follow through on its story like Ranma 1/2, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's not a classic in its own way, right? Or
Well, the early seasons do follow through the story a little more, and then later seasons they're just like, let's just fucking do whatever. So
yeah. There's a lot of filler in the back half, right? And they never really got a resolution from it.
They never followed through on the end of the manga. No. So that does kind of.
But I do love Rumiko Takahashi. I love her, both her manga and a lot of the anime adaptations.
Yeah, but what is my favorite anime? That's a good question. I don't know what I would answer for that. I asked you a question that I don't know the answer to for myself. It's a weird one. I'll have to think it over. Maybe I can come up with an answer by the end of the show. It might be something like weird, like X or something, which probably no one's even.
Oh wow, the movie adaptation?
No, the TV show. The movie's horrible. The movie. I love Clamp manga in general.
Yeah.
And X 1999, amazing manga, has no ending, really, really long. The X movie, I don't know why they were like, okay, we have this manga that's like been going for a decade and has no ending. That's a great thing to adapt into a 2-hour movie. It's like, why would they think that's a good idea? Like the movie, and because X, for people who don't know, has like 16 characters that are like really, really core to the plot. And trying to put that into a 2-hour movie makes no fucking sense. Like they're introducing characters and constantly killing them in like 5 minutes. Like it's just a horrible idea. It looks very pretty. I mean, it looks like they clearly had a great budget, and it's like right in that late 90s, early 2000s zone where it could look really, really nice. But it's not worth watching because it's like Gundam F91, where like great budget, looks really pretty, but they tried to squeeze way too much material into a 2-hour movie, so it's still not a very enjoyable watch.
I think for those kind of adaptations, though, there was just a different mindset from what we were used to at the time, right? Especially if you were just picking up anime from the blockbuster, right? You weren't going to have the context that you would have had if you were living in Japan and were a fan of the Clamp manga, or you were just able to be sold on the manga immediately after watching the movie, even if you didn't entirely understand what was going on. And that just wasn't the case here in America in the same way, right?
Yeah. But the TV series is great, though. So they almost did the TV series, I feel, of X as like always felt like doing the source material right, basically. So, like the TV series is still incredibly beautiful. It looks the art style is amazing. I think it's like 24 episodes, so they have enough time to actually introduce the cast and like make you care when they die and stuff. So it actually does work a lot better. But yeah, it's probably something kind of obscure like that. But yeah, I don't know.
I personally haven't seen it, but yeah, we should get to wrestling. I love that aesthetic for what it's worth, so that might be something I'll revisit at some point.
Yeah, it's a great show. Just the soundtrack too. It's like has one of my favorite soundtracks ever. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the World Wonder Ring. So let's go to Stardom and talk about the Natsu Poi and Saori Ano produced Natsu and Saori 10th anniversary Our Footprints, which took place on May 31st at the Ota City Gymnasium. 2,837 fucking people showed up for Poi and Saori's fucking goofy show. Like when I heard that number the first time, I was like, these two insane little gremlins outdrew every other fucking show at this building this year except for 2 New Japan shows. Like, that is crazy.
Yep.
The only 2 shows that beat it were the New Japan 53rd anniversary show with Goto versus Tanahashi. That did 3,335. And the Best Super Junior final the next day, which barely beat it. That was 3,044. Everything else, All Japan Champion Carnival final, 2,280. All Japan Ota City Gym with Jun Saito versus Kento Miyahara, 2,098. It beat the Marigold First Dream Show, which did 1,830, which, by the way, probably didn't actually do that number because Rossi is not who I trust for my crowd numbers. But anyway,
according to the Bebbler, he was there in person. He thinks that's a reasonable number.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much you can trust a gnome, but I trust that gnome.
Okay, I'll give it 1,830. I mean, whatever. New Year's Dash, New Japan. They beat New Japan New Year's Dash. It did 2,348. So, I mean, that's fucking crazy. They beat a New Japan show. They beat Tokyo Joshi Grand Princess, which only did 1,212. Mm-hmm. They beat Stardom. They beat the Cinderella tournament final, which did what's the final actually, which did 1,378. So they beat almost everything except 2 New Japan shows in this building, which is just insane to me. Like, these two, they spent months and months and months promoting this show, and it completely worked. I mean, they did 2,800 people for their little produced show that they put on, with their buddies. I mean,
they got some friends together and said, we're going to do a wrestling show. And it rocked.
It's just it was a great show too. But yeah, it's just such a cool story to me that they did, that they managed to do, a show like this and put 2,800 people in the building. It's, like I said, it's a, what was I going to say? Sorry. So it was a 10th anniversary show. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, you know what else is a cool story? How they kind of recapped the last decade plus of Joshi wrestling, because they debuted in Actwres Girlz when that started, and it turns out a lot of modern Joshi wrestlers got their start in that promotion in one way or another. So a lot of freelancers or a lot of important mid-carders or even upper-carders like Saori all got their start in Actwres Girlz. So this was also kind of a reunion show.
Yeah, so they had both the current Actwres Girlz there. So they got to... Saori and Poi came out at the start of the show and did the first of many songs to come. I have a funny story about that, but I'll get to it. So Saori and Poi came out, with the entire Actwres Girlz roster and did that song that they do at the start of every Actwres Girlz show, apparently. Now, neither of us is an Actwres Girlz expert, so...
Nope. I do know the song is called Love Riddle, and I think it bangs.
There you go. But yeah, so the Actwres Girlz roster came out there with them at the very start of the show, and they did the whole song together. And then they had a chance to do Actress Time, which was a match to open the show, a pre-show tag team match with the current roster. So yeah, let's just start there before I get into the other Actwres Girlz aspect of this. So this match was Natsuki and Yukina Uehara defeating Act and Mari in 7:56. Now, Act and Mari are two of the veterans on the Actwres Girlz roster, and Act, if you're wondering, is in fact Act Yasukawa. I mean, we had Act Yasukawa basically back on a Stardom show, which is insane.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't know what that whole story, first of all, consider yourself lucky. But second of all, it's a long story that basically involved her getting beaten up in the ring by a...
Yoshiko.
Yoshiko. I every time I'm about to say Yoshiko, I almost say the name of the blow up doll instead. Because I was like, not Yoshihiko. But yeah, so she gets beat up by Yoshiko, and that's basically why Seedling exists also.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so...
Why Nanae left Stardom. Yep.
Why Nanae left Stardom, even though she did come back eventually, and then left again for Mari Gold, as we're going to get to. But yeah, so... it was a big... I don't remember it's been so long now, I don't remember the exact story behind why Yoshiko beat the shit out of Act. If I remember correctly, there was some kind of backstage power struggle going on at the time, I believe.
I don't know either. I've never seen the match. I've also, my introduction to it was through that Stardom Vice documentary years ago, which I think is, fairly notorious now for not being really good.
Oh, I'm in it, by the way.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure there's a documentary where myself and Taylor, who's the host of the Voices of Wrestling, the Jumping Bob Audio Joshi podcast, he and I were both at this Stardom Korakuen in 2017 in the front row, and the camera loved us during that show because it's like, oh, here's two foreigners basically, and there's a shot of us in that documentary, I believe. I remember hearing that. So, but yeah, I mean. There you go. I'm pretty sure I'm in that documentary.
Did they interview you? Because I remember they interviewed some foreigners. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't interview. They didn't interview me. So I think I'm just in the crowd, during wrestling footage they showed. But yeah, so there's some. I believe the story is there's some kind of power struggle, and these were two different people on two opposite sides of it, and Yoshiko decided to beat the shit out of her for whatever reason. I'm sure again someone could give you a much better story of it, but. Act never appeared in Stardom again, and in fact, briefly had to retire. Or she did actually, I believe she did actually wrestle again after that match, and then in Stardom, and then briefly had to retire. So, but yeah, so she's inactive from 2015 all the way until 2021 when she comes back with Actwres Girlz. So, it is a pretty amazing story that she was even able to return. And in fact, Suriano's in her return match. So it's Act and Suriano against...
I was about to ask, because there's different phases of Actwres Girlz, right? And I know it's largely marked by... Each phase, the end of each phase is largely marked by a lot of their wrestlers just leaving. And they kind of look at what they have left and decide, well, we'll rebrand and try something different now.
Yeah. So basically Act, she resumed her career in Actwres Girlz, and I believe she's one of the two top heels. I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
do you know the background for their current iteration of Actwres Girlz? Because there's lore.
So they don't. So they're not. So Velky, friend of the show, is actually going to be on one of the episodes later this month, and he hosts a Actwres Girlz podcast on YouTube. Right. He was explaining some of it to me before, but basically he was like, they're not actually considered wrestling anymore. Because he got tired of other companies controlling his wrestlers, and that the wrestlers were getting hurt in other shows and stuff. So yeah,
that's what you're gonna talk? That's actually isn't what I was going to talk about. Let me read from Wikipedia for a minute. So Going back to April of 2024, when a lot of the Actwres Girlz talent at the top of the card left for Marigold, they started a new
lost almost their whole
storyline.
roster, right?
Not the whole roster, but
Oh.
basically the top of the card, as I understand
Got
it.
it.
Definitely
Yeah.
their best wrestlers.
Got it.
So when they started a new storyline, according to Wikipedia, in April 2024, Actwres World appears to have been destroyed by an alien extraction bomb. However, the people of Actwres World are not dead. What remains of Actwres World is changing into a world ruled by violence. Along with the narration, the players who had left were shown to have been abducted by UFOs, and a new heel group was formed in the Actwres Killers, led by Maru, along with Act, Mari, Yufa, and some other names. There is also a face group, a hero army, who were formed to fight them off, and that is led by Marino Saihara. The two other wrestlers on the other side of the ring, they are in Hero Army.
There you go. So I was going to mention Natsuki I've seen before, which I believe is actually a different Natsuki. Oh, no, not Natsuki. The one I've seen before is Yukina Uehara. Because, so she just kind of looked interesting to me on, when I was like seeing clips of her on Twitter. And I was like, she's got an interesting look and she's 5'7". So that's a hell of a prospect for an Actwres Girlz to have. And she's only been wrestling since like December of last year. So she's very, very green. I mean, her debut match was against Act on December 29th at Actwres' Korakuen Hall show last December. So, she's obviously only been wrestling for like 6 months at this point. But yeah, she has a really, really strong look, obviously, and she's, very tall for a Joshi. So she definitely stands out. And I did like a little bit of a dive to see what I could find of her footage because I just wanted to see, how she looked. And there were a couple people in the Discord that helped me with that actually because I was like, where the fuck do you watch Actwres Girlz? It turns out they have a lot of stuff on YouTube now. So
don't they also have their own streaming service?
I believe they do. Yeah, I believe they do. But I found a bunch of different, like they had like 3 or 4 full matches, I think, of Yukina on YouTube. So I was able to watch her that way. But yeah, I mean, so I was familiar with her. Obviously, I was familiar with Act. I mean, I've seen her, from her Stardom run. But yeah, the other two, not really familiar with. Natsuki, she's been around since 2021, it looks like. And Mari, actually, was I familiar with Mari?
Mari used to have a ninja gimmick, and that probably is where you've seen her before.
Yeah,
she dropped that when
like
she joined the Killers.
Okay, got it. Because I feel like I've watched her, somewhere. Maybe according to this, she appeared in Gato Move a few times back in the day. It's possible I saw her there.
I think that's where I saw her.
So yeah, I mean, either way. So I think Natsuki is the only one here I've never really watched. But yeah, they had a nice little match here. Only went 7:56. That was your pre-show match.
And again, technically not a wrestling match. So why are you rating it?
But yeah, I would say like 2 1/4. A little below average, but you could tell Yukina especially is very raw. But it was, it was fine. It wasn't like anything horrible.
Yeah, it was fine.
But then we got the opener of the main card, and this is where things get really interesting with the Actwres Girlz backstory. So basically, this is like a reunion of every wrestler who was on the original Actwres Girlz show 10 years ago. There's only like, I believe Velky told me there's only like 2 missing, which is crazy. And the really, really crazy part to me too is the original show, by the way, was May 31st, 2015. So literally 10 years to the day of when they held this. So they were really literal with that. But yeah, the opening match of that show was Tai Hanma beating Nao Kakuta, I should say. And Tai Hanma was obviously in this tag match, and Nao, who had been in Tokyo Joshi before she retired in 2024, Nao was the referee of this match.
Yep.
Saori Ano teamed with Yuna Manase to beat Kaori Kanemura and Natsumi Maki. I guess Kaori was not able to be. She only wrestled that one match, so she never. She never wrestled again. So I guess they weren't able to find her. But yeah, so Ano obviously is the one this entire show is about, along with Natsumi Maki. Yuna Manase went on to have a long run in Tokyo Joshi after she left
Mhm.
Actwres Girlz, and then she left Tokyo Joshi for Gambare, and she's still in Gambare to this day.
She runs their women's division, I think.
Yeah, which I guess is a real thing, Ganjoshi. I don't watch Gambare. I'm not gonna pretend I watch Gambare.
They have some wrestlers there. They're pretty good. You can
There
watch Harukaze get thrown around, which is always a good time.
It's weird that they separated off from DDT, but they still get to be on Wrestle Universe. And meanwhile, Basara, who I'd much rather be more interested in watching than Gambare, is like impossible to find like footage of. I feel like.
Yeah, it's a shame. I like it anytime the Basara guys show up, especially the ones who have the long monkey tails. That's a good gimmick.
Yeah. But yeah, the main event was Maika Ozaki, who another wrestler that wanted to have a long career. I mean, she left Actwres Girlz for Ice Ribbon, was with Ice Ribbon all the way to 2022, and then went to Diana in 2023, where she's still active. I believe her and Tai Hama are both going to retire, right? I think is what they announced.
I don't know
sure.
about. Yes, Hanma I know. I don't remember hearing that about Ozaki.
Okay, maybe I'm getting that wrong. But Tai Hama I know is retiring. I was actually at the show where she announced her retirement. So that was the Wave show where she won the Wave tag titles at Shinjuku Face in April. So
okay.
Yeah, so that I was there for that. But yeah, so Maiko Ozaki beat someone by the name of Yuki Harima in the main event of that show. And Yuki Harima wrestled 5 matches in her career. 5 matches in her career between 2015 and 2016. Did not wrestle for the last 9 years and came back in this match.
Mm-hmm.
And she's for people who don't know her real name, I guess. I don't know if it's a real name.
I think it's her stage name still.
Okay, another stage name is Aina Aiba. Mm-hmm. And Aina Aiba is a very successful Japanese voice actress in anime because she's one of the voice actresses from the Card Fight Vanguard, but most famous for being in the Rosalia band in the Bang Dream franchise. So basically, like one of these anime franchises where everybody had. First of all, if you're listening to this and you watch New Japan in the 2010s, you should know Bang Dream because they fucking promoted it nonstop. I think Kenny Omega had a whole commercial like where he's promoting Bang Dream. And I remember even them making jokes about in the flagship having, because the name sounds ridiculous, especially to English speakers. Like, what the fuck is Bang Dream?
Yeah.
But yes, Bang Dream is like sort of like Love Live, which I think is even more famous example of the genre. But basically, it's like real women voicing fake bands in an anime, but then they also perform as the real band, and they always have to be able to sing. So I believe all the ones at Bang Dream can even play their instruments in real life. I think.
Oh, that's really cool if that's the case.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I'm almost positive. But she is the singer, so I don't think she plays anything. But I believe everybody else, like in the, who's in the anime of Rosalia, I believe they play actual instruments when they do their concerts. I could have that wrong. I'm not a Bang Dream expert, but I could have sworn I remember reading that. So, but anyway, the point is though, she's a very successful voice actress. She has like 336,000 followers on Twitter. I almost called it Actwres. I never want to do. But yeah, 336,000 followers on Twitter. And, very famous voice actress. And she came back here and wrestled 9 years after her last match. And I seriously, when I first sat down to watch this match, I did not realize that she had not wrestled in that long. I sort of knew the story, but I had no idea she hadn't wrestled in 9 fucking years. And she did not look out of place at all.
Nope.
Only the match is only 8 minutes 54 seconds. Tai Honma and Yuna Manase defeated Maika Ozaki and Yuki Harima. But you never would have guessed if you did not know going in that this woman had not wrestled in 9 years. I feel like you'd never have any idea.
No,
I mean,
she looked like a natural fit in the ring.
Yeah.
With years of experience.
I mean, she was so good. She should, if she didn't have a very successful career, I'd tell her she should come back and do this full time because she was really good.
Some people just get all the talent, I'm thinking of Yuki Arai as well and how she gets to be both an insanely successful idol and a really good wrestler.
It is really funny. Yeah. But yeah, so I would, this match was not that long, it's like a 3-star match or whatever, but just the fact that that Yuki looked that good when she hadn't even.
Mhm.
I mean, she looked better than some fucking. There are women who fucking train at this for their whole lives and don't look that good, especially in America, by the way. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
And there's a lot of nice sentimentality to this match too, right? Which I think kind of
yeah.
carries through the whole show. There's an intentionality with Natsu Poi and Saori, who I guess assembled the card. They actually start the show by explaining their history in wrestling, especially if you only know them from Stardom, right?
Yeah, so
And how they didn't
they did
want to
that.
be wrestlers at first.
Yeah, they did that thing where they were on the stage, and I believe they both said like, wrestle in a ring. Why would I do that? I'm an actress. Like
Hmm.
that was their whole attitude, and like they had no desire to do it. And they're talking. And I believe what they kept talking about was like how this weird thing they didn't understand at first ended up like making all their dreams come true, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and part of it was also they made a lot of really good friends along the way. So,
Yeah,
and that kind of becomes the theme of the show.
yeah. I mean, it's one of these things too where it's worth looking at their Twitter feeds afterward, where you can like, they even do a great job explaining just in their tweets like why they put together some of the matches they put together. Like, there was one where obviously Mayumi Ozaki, which man that cage match rating is ridiculously low. Wow. Anyway, the fucking inmates at it again. Mayumi Ozaki faces Sayaka Kurara later in the show,
Hmm.
and Saori explains that she booked this match because she wanted Sayaka to feel like what Ozaki can do in the ring and just feel the way she makes everything so tough and the way she just brutalizes you, and because she knows it'll help Sayaka develop as a wrestler. And
Mm.
Sayaka is basically her one of her proteges in the Cosmic Angels. And explains how she's like, I've never been able to beat Ozaki, so I know just what a demon she can be. But I gave this to you as a present to help you develop, basically. So she's like,
Yeah.
they did a great job explaining all of it. But yeah, they had a reason for everything they put together. And here it was like, this is the first generation of Actwres Girlz, this promotion that, I mean, it is crazy how much this little promotion that not that many people watch, I feel like even in Japan,
Hmm.
changed professional wrestling and changed
Yes.
Joshi wrestling. When you look at some of the people that have come up, I mean, Mari, like you just mentioned, Mari Gold's entire main event scene is practically made up of Actwres Girlz now. And, besides, there's other wrestlers that have come up besides Saori and Poi through Actwres Girlz. But yeah, even just Saori and Poi, they put together the show to put 2,100 people in the fucking building. And Saori, how long did she keep Ice Ribbon going when she was like, the Ice Ribbon champion, So I mean, like they
Yeah.
had such a mark on, on Joshi wrestling. So
You know the meme of the guy staring at the Earth from the moon, and he says, "What? It's all ribbon lore, right?" That's what the meme says. And then there's the guy behind him who has a gun pointed to his head, and he says, "It always was." Well, actually, what they don't show you in the meme is that there's a third guy behind that guy, and he has a gun pointed to that other guy's head, and he's saying, "Actually, it's all Actwres Girlz lore."
I mean, those are like two of the last promotions that I haven't seen in Japan yet that I really want to see, because it's like then I can really feel like I've gone to almost all the even remotely Major League Joshi promotions.
You probably need to hurry on Ice Ribbon.
I figured. Like, can they hold out the rest of the year? Because they always have a Korakuen. They always have a Korakuen at the end of December.
That's true, and they're getting like maybe 200 people in there.
I know.
I know the rates to book a Korakuen are famously
I know.
low, so anyone can do it, but
yeah, there's no way they're making money at 200 fans. But if hopefully they can last for the rest of the year, and I can go see the December Korakuen, because I definitely do feel like I need to hurry up with Ice Ribbon. But yeah, so there's your Actwres Girlz 10-year reunion. Just a fun little match, and definitely one like when the backstory just totally adds to it too.
Hey, just one more person to talk about here real quick. How great is Maika Ozaki? I just love her, especially her Argentina backbreaker that she can do, and how much movement she gets on that. There's some wrestlers who can struggle to get someone up on their shoulders, and she just makes it look so easy each time.
Yeah, she is really good at that. That's true. Okay, so the next match was Miku Kanoe and Yumiko Hota defeating Kaori Ito and Rion in 8:52. So basically, you had like two big Joshi legends, and I mean big physically too, because they're two large women, in Kaori Ito and Yumiko Hoda. You had Hoda with her protege Miku Kanai, who's very tiny, like 4'11", and then you have Rion on the other team, also 4'11". So basically, I feel like Poi and Saori were like, we're going to take these two big women, and they're each going to get this tiny little partner, and magic's going to happen.
Well, Miku Kanai is kind of Yumiko Hoda's protege that she takes with her in a lot of tag matches while freelancing. So,
yeah, but that probably makes sense. It's like they paired them up. Like Hoda and Kanai, and they're like, well, who do we have Kaori Ito's partner? We have tiny little Rion, who they've also been beating the shit out of on every fucking show. Because I know sometimes a random tag match might not look like a big deal. If you skipped, anyone listening to this who's normally a Stardom watcher, if you skipped the Poi and Ano versus Rion and Waka Tsukiyama tag match from the May 21st Korakuen, definitely go back and watch that, because Poi fucking brutalizes Rion in that match, and it's so awesome. So definitely
Rion is an incredible babyface already, and she's barely a year into her career.
Yeah, I mean, she's really, really good at being an underdog, that is for sure. And I felt some people were saying she was developing a little slow compared to some of the other Stardom rookies, but like that's just because, first of all, I feel like you're comparing her to people who are developing like really, really fast, probably. So that's kind of like an unfair standard. But she's, especially the last couple months, it feels like it's clicking for her a little more.
Yeah, she's definitely found her groove.
But yeah, Rion, there was like one point where she had to like really pound on Yumiko Hoda just to get her to break up her armbar on Ito. And then like Hoda gets up after she had like punched her forever and just starts chasing her. And Rion just like runs for her life and like slides out of the ring like, please don't hurt me. Like that was just so fucking funny. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I mean, they everybody carried their end here. The old big ladies are going to do what they can do. And Rion and Kanai, carried their end of the match. So yeah, 3 1/4, pretty fun match. Definitely one worth checking out.
Yeah.
Then we had the 10Q Rumble. Look, the Sakura Hirota haters tried to convince me every time that I should not love her. But this match, I love this fucking match. So first she comes out as Shin Saori Ano, and she has the most ridiculous fucking makeup, especially the eyelashes, look so fucking ridiculous. And she's making these pouty faces that like are like such an over-the-top perfect simulation of Saori Ano's actual faces. Just perfection, just so great. She gets thrown out fairly early. Then she comes back as Shin Natsu Poi. I will say not as good as her Shin Saori Ano, but still very good.
Mm-hmm.
Then she comes back as she gets eliminated again, and then she fucking does the full 3 faces of Foley in the 99 Rumble and comes out as Shin Saori Ano Kudo, which just means black, everybody. So that's her Oz Academy heel gimmick with the the black outfit. She had the theme song that got muted, unfortunately, on Stage Crowd. But yeah, and she had the evil Saori Ano version, and she fucking won. So she came back the 3rd time, and she fucking won the match. There's really nothing else you need to know about this match, including the other participants. They do not matter. All that matters is Shin Sakura Hirota and her brilliance. It was great. 7 billion stars for this.
It's 24 minutes long. It doesn't feel that long. It's a good time to watch. Even though it all does hinge on, yes, how much do you enjoy Sakura Hirota and her skin shifting?
I don't understand why people hate her so much. The Discord like fucking despises her. I'm like,
really?
Guys, like, yeah, the Voice Wrestling Discord, they just despise that woman. I just don't get it. Like, do you guys? Do you hate puppies? Like, what else do you hate? That's
maybe they watched too many Iger versus Sakura Hirota matches in Sendai Girls years ago, because that match was driven into the ground.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Iger was a ghost, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so there you go. That's probably a good point. But yeah, I don't know. People are such grumps. So get over yourselves. Next match, Mayumi Ozaki defeating Sayaka Kura in 12:32. This was exactly what I wanted it to be. which was
Mhm.
Mayumi Ozaki fucking beating Sayaka's ass all over the ring.
Mhm.
So she has the fucking chain. She's just beating her with it the entire time. Sayaka gets her hands on it at one point, and she has a chance to use it, but because she's, the sparkly unicorn, she can't bring herself to do it, and she throws it down. And it's like, oh, you poor child. She's like, no, you could have actually done something here. But then she does this missile drop kick to Ozaki that almost kills her. Like,
Yeah.
this, like, really, like, looked like you could see her head snap back. I'm like, okay, there's Sayaka's revenge there. But Ozaki eventually gets back control, and then she just like keeps putting her down with the back fist and keeps pulling her back up over and over again to beat her, like, pulling her up out of covers to keep beating on her some more. But then it backfires on her where Sayaka gets her choke out of nowhere, which was a great spot. She just like totally starts choking her out, and you're like, oh my gosh, she's actually going to pull it off after Ozaki, is Ozaki's over cocky just going to come back to bite her. And then she hits the violent shooting, so a little tribute to the fallen Tam Nakano, who Stardom is rolling out memorial merchandise for, like she's dead or something, which is really funny. So she hits the violent shooting, and they also talk about like she's dead. By the way, it's like, but they Saori Ano or Natsu Saory, I forget which one, after the show like said something like, "Oh, I believe she must be watching over us somewhere." Like, she's not actually dead, guys. Like, I don't know what you're talking. Like, the way you're talking about it is like up in heaven. Our beloved Stardom Dream is looking down. I'm like, she's not dead.
Imagine someone passing away and you say that they graduated. Like,
like, the way they talk about it, you'd think she fucking died. But yeah, so Mayumi Ozaki, she keeps pulling her up. I already said that actually. But yeah, so Sayaka hits the violent shooting, then hits the Tokimeki spear.
Mm-hmm.
Great near fall. I was like, oh my god, she's gonna do it. But no, Ozaki kicks out. And then Ozaki puts her away. 4 stars on this. It was fucking awesome. Cage match can kiss my ass, given this is 6.57. You guys suck. I should not complain about cage match ratings, which is stupid. But like, what the fuck? 6.57? This was like 12 and a half minutes of Ozaki beating Sayaka's ass and Sayaka making this great babyface comeback. Sayaka, like, I thought she was good already, but the last month or so between this match and the performance she put in against Saya and Korakuen Hall for her World of Stardom title challenge, like, she is, how the fuck is this woman only been in wrestling for a year and a half? Like, it's ridiculous how good she is already.
She has incredible instincts for when to mount a comeback, when to really get you into the match, because it looks like she's out of it and it's all going to be wrapped up, and then she somehow pulls out the spear out of nowhere or gets the choke in like she did in this match. She's just has a great sense of drama to a lot of her matches. Yeah. And it's something that I feel like she developed only recently. I remembered when she debuted, it wasn't particularly memorable, but she's really gotten very good at a main event style match. It's something else.
Yeah, I mean, she has that timing, like that perfect timing to be a main eventer, which is, a main event babyface specifically. So, I mean, that's obviously going to serve her very well. And and the crowd just loves her. I mean, the crowd like really gets behind her, which really always adds to it. So
yeah, that rating to me feels like another instance of the neurosis some fans have about cheating.
It's only 12 and a half minutes.
Weapons.
Oh, okay.
Or not the length. No, it's an appropriate length and an appropriate style of match, frankly, for where it is on the card. They massively over deliver.
Yeah, but yeah, you're probably right. It probably is the cheating.
That's Ozaki's whole thing.
Yeah,
she's great at it. Like, don't get mad.
It's like, what are you supposed to... Okay, first of all, she's Mayumi Ozaki. Second of all, she's 56 years old. Like, what is she... Of course she's going to beat her with a fucking chain, and that's great. That's what you want to see. You want to see Mayumi Ozaki brutalize this girl with a chain, and then her, do the big comeback finally and almost beat her. I mean, that's exactly what it should have been. So, I don't know. People are stupid.
It's a fantastic present for Karawa. Yeah.
So they really nailed it. Then we had Saki defeating Yuna Mizumori in 1403. Saki, for people to know, she's from the Colors unit.
Yep, and Colors used to be a subdivision of Actwres Girlz.
So there you go. There's another connection.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they sort of run their own shows now, and in fact, Soriano was on the last one. It looks like I just clicked on that the March 16th show. It looked like he teamed with Tai Hanma in a match there against two people I do not know. So there you go. Saki's their champion, actually, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
she is kind of the face of that. I don't think it's quite a promotion. It's more like a wrestling group, like how Prominence is.
Well, they run shows, but yeah, I guess they're just I guess they're sort of both. Yeah, because their last show was on March 16th at Shinkiba. So, what were you gonna? So you're gonna ask me something?
Oh yeah. How many of Kawaii Wilds, which is Yuna and Saki's tag team, how many of their matches have you seen?
Probably zero. Actually.
Zero. Okay. they were quite common for a while there. They were getting in a lot of matches together. So, and that's the backstory to this. They've been tag partners for a long time. I think they have faced each other in singles matches before. But this was a good one. This match, I thought over.
Oh, you know what? They were in what's it called? Gotta Move together.
Yes, they were. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so they were tag champs in Gotta Move. I think.
Yeah. So I probably did see them. But anyway, but yeah, this was pretty good. I went like 3 1/4 on this. I thought it was fun little match. Maybe it may have struggled with me a little bit off the high of Sayaka almost dying. So of watching Sayaka almost die to make that comeback, where I struggled to get into this a little bit, but yeah, this is still really still a fun little match.
Yeah, it's a different classic wrestling story. Instead of the evil heel bullying the babyface, this is friends and rivals trying to bring the best out of each other in a big match. I don't really rate matches. I would probably go higher than you on this because I thought the two of them, they worked really hard. It was worked at a fast pace, and it really looked like Yuna was going to pull this off, which was what I was hoping for, but it was not to be.
Yeah, I felt like too. I wanted to say about Sayaka that choke of hers is so good.
It is.
She might have the best choke in wrestling at this point. So,
okay, but anyway. Question for you then. Who has a better spear, Sayaka or Tsuji?
It might be Sayaka.
It might be too. I think Tsuji's is in the abstract better because he's a big guy. He does football, right? But Sayaka's really good about pulling it out of nowhere in a way that is really convincing.
Yeah, the way she just you're saying, just totally hits out of nowhere. It totally. Yeah, it's a different level. I mean, Tsuji can do that too, but sometimes a lot of his spears though are the really long setup.
Yeah, exactly, and that can kind of suck some of the drama out of it.
Yeah. The next match, this is just okay, they're let's find 2 Stardom tag teams for We Are Stardom, and then it was Azumi and Starlight Kid, who their tag team name I believe is STARDOM, against Wingori, which is Hanan and Saida. They went to a 15-minute time limit draw. I mean, they just were okay. It's one of those things where it's Mr. Burns telling the baseball team to go out there and hit the ball. Presumably Saori and Poi were just go out there and have a great match, and they did because it's it's Azumi, Starlight Kid, and Hanan and Saida. I mean, they only have that much assistance to have a great tag match. But yeah, it's just all action like you'd think it would be. Ida chopped the hell out of Azumi in the corner. There was this awesome top rope arm drag by Azumi, which she basically got up the top rope so fucking fast, in a heartbeat. The way she has her whole career, I guess.
Yeah, she is so fluid.
I know, she got up there so quick, hits that arm drag out of nowhere, and then right towards the end, she hit. I don't even remember. I didn't write down here. She hit somebody with one of the sickest Canadian destroyers I've ever seen. Just the impact and the angle of it just looked like she fucking killed her. I assume it was probably Ida, because it would be a little hard to hit one on Hanan.
Well, Ida, frankly, I think she kind of carried this match, even though she wasn't necessarily the biggest star of the 4. Yeah. But she was in it for most of it, and she's a beast. I think she is often underrated among even Stardom fans.
Hanan didn't do a ton, I felt for her team compared to Ida. I mean, obviously, Azumi and Kid was a little more even, where Kid did the big dive, and Azumi, Azumi probably did more than Kid too. But yeah, Azumi, she hit that Canadian Destroyer, she got Azumi Sushi, and Hanan just barely broke it up at the last second, and then the time limit expired. So yeah, 4.25 for this. This was awesome. Not quite the best match of the show, but like because there was a lot of good stuff to come still, but still a really, really great match.
If you enjoyed seeing Starlight Kid and Azumi wrestle together, and I think they're a fantastic tag team, my favorite match of 2023 was a tag team match from what they called the Tag Team Dream show, where they had fans vote on tag teams that they wanted to see. And the main event was Azumi and Starlight Kid versus Mayu Iwatani and Saki Kashima.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. That was.
So the fans wanted that team back, of course.
They did, which is pretty great. Great choice by the fans. Hats off to them.
But yeah, so that was the main event is 8.34 on Cage Match. But let me see, what other teams do they want here? They have Julie and Suzu Suzuki against Maika and Utami Hayashita. So,
that was also apparently a really good match. I don't remember it, but I remember really wanting to see Suzu Suzuki and Julia pair up.
You've seen what other Hazuki and Natsu Couture. Wow.
Yep.
That was an interesting team.
Bringing back, I'm pretty sure that's an old tag team too. That they
they asked the fans wanted Hina and Rina. I guess that's not surprising.
Yeah,
they'd already been split up at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Mai Sakurai and Mirai, I did not realize that they had tagged together before. They had that they had already established a tag team before they won the tag belts in Marigold, huh?
But anyway, so Starbomb, it'd be cool if they were more of a thing, but I guess they're too busy now. I mean, they have the artist belts.
I think Azumi and Starlight Kid have talked about wanting to keep this as something special.
Yeah. Then we had Saori beating Aya Sakura in 12:25. Another awesome match.
Mm-hmm.
So super fast paced, super hard hitting. Saori almost took poor Aya Sakura's face off with the dropkick at one point. And, she's just getting destroyed. And there's a big Sakura call from the crowd as, she just keeps getting back up, even though Saori just keeps knocking her down. And then Saori, almost caves her chest in with one of these forearms, just makes this sickening thud that echoes all around Ota Ward Gym. And then Sakura comes back with some really nice kicks and a beautiful German suplex hold that gets a very close near fall. But Saori ultimately just puts her away after that. A mostly one-sided affair as you'd expect, besides Sakura getting her brief hope spots. But Saori never misses. Another 4.25 star match. Another awesome match.
Yeah.
Again, this is another we have a protege, so let's feed her to Saori. So tough love.
Aya Sakura is another one of those. I don't know if she's quite a rookie, but near rookies who I think has been pinned for greatness, possibly in the near future, but who knows?
She has a little more experience than because she's been at this since March 2023, so a little over 2 years now. So a little more than Sayaka, and she's also just older in general because she's 28, so she started later.
Mm-hmm.
But she's very polished, for still 2 years is not that long.
Also, just has a great aura, which is often the hardest thing to develop in a wrestler,
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of. This is something I was thinking when I was watching the Marigold show too, because they have a wrestler who, was in her very first match that we're going to talk about that showed more fire than Shota Umino has his entire career. It's the men's side of Japanese wrestling is so far behind the women's side right now for me when it comes to young wrestlers, especially, and when it comes to young wrestlers who can show fire, have aura, like you just pointed out. The women's side has this abundance of riches in this. It's really weird how they seem to be able to find and develop these wrestlers who just have fire and aura, and they pick it up in the ring a lot faster too. A lot of the time, and that's not quite as big of an issue with the men's side as the fire and the aura. But they just. I don't know why the women's side just feels so far ahead of the men's side right now when it comes. When I was putting together, which will be the subject of the next episode, my 30 under 30 list, which is the top 30 wrestlers under 30 years old, 18 or 19 of them were Joshi, because it feels like they're so far ahead of the men's scene when it comes to developing young wrestlers right now. So I don't know, just something that really hit me watching the Marigold show, because it's like, here's another promotion where it felt like there's there's some young wrestlers there who aren't developing for sure, but there's some who already look really good.
Oh yeah,
So,
they have 3 or 4 extremely
yeah.
good rookies already.
And like Marvelous too has like some really, really good rookies, and like
Yep.
I don't know, it's just like everyone in Japan can do this on the women's side, it feels like, and the men's side, I don't know, it's just they seem so much further behind. I don't know I don't really have a good explanation for why that is. But
So I do have some, circling back to discussion of Actwres Girlz again. Kind of the whole conceit of it is taking acting talent who hasn't really broken through and getting them in the ring. And one of the things you kind of get when you do that is charisma that has already been developed as actresses, right?
That's a good point. Yeah.
And this isn't unique to Actwres Girlz either, but they were a big proponent of it.
And Aya Sakura, I mean, she thought she was trying out for a TV show. I remember someone explained that story to me.
I think she thought she was trying out for Mayu's movie when she went to the Stardom tryouts, is the story I heard, which is extremely funny.
But at the same time, she's an actress who had a background in karate.
Yeah.
So it's just very funny. It's like, I don't know where, like, it feels like you're making some kind of racist thing here where you say this, but like, if you look at the Stardom roster, like 3/4 of them or more have like some real martial arts background. It's like, I don't know. It's like very
well, maybe she wanted to be in action movies or tokusatsu.
Yeah, but it's just very interesting, like how many, like especially on the female side again, how many of them have like a real fighting sports background, which it doesn't really. Maybe that explains the aura part too. Maybe they're just very used to being ass kickers or something.
Yeah, and they're used to performing in front of a crowd too.
Yeah,
don't underestimate that.
Yeah, and a lot of them have like some of them theater backgrounds and stuff too. But yeah, the men's side, I don't know. It's just very. It does feel very lackluster compared to the women's side right now when it comes to like the young wrestlers specifically. So.
Yeah, you're going to eat your words when Daiki Inaba takes over New Japan.
The next match, the main event, although there did end up being one match after, was the Cosmic Angels, Natsu Poi and Suriano. The whole reason why we're here, defeating Chihiro Hashimoto and Mika Iwata of Sendai Girls in 1952. And finally, the Cage Match inmates got one right, because they had this at 8.46. First of all, the hype video for this main event was awesome. They showed them all. They showed all 4 wrestlers like walking the streets of Tokyo, like talking about how they couldn't lose and they're not going to lose. Which I'm like, that they did a better job building this main event of this fucking Poi Ano vanity show, let's be real, than some main events of much bigger shows have been built, with these hype videos. So just the production values on this thing. There's a guy I've known on Twitter for a long time, who I want to give him his proper credit for stealing his joke. So let me just make sure. Simply Rio. I don't know. I have no idea if he's a listener, but I don't want to steal his joke without giving him credit. But he was like, when he was watching this show live, he was like, did Saori Ano make Bushiroad give her 25% of the company to finally sign? Because like, why? Like the production value of the show and like the length it went on for is just incredible. And it's like
they did crowdsource a lot of the funding for this, and they raised a lot of money.
Well, they sure spent it, I guess, because it's like, wow.
See it.
Yeah, but yeah, they so yeah, now Poi and Ano, I mean, they just they put their heart into this, and yeah, they had the video was great. Then all these like lanterns came down from the ceiling, and they were like alternating between red and green for Iwata and Chihiro's entrance. And then Saori comes out, and she's got this awesome outfit that's like both her blue for her normal Stardom outfit and her black for her Oz Academy outfit together. It's like she's channeling both her personas. That was really cool. But
I didn't think of that. That's really good.
Yeah. And Poi's outfit looked, I guess, just like a fancy version of her normal outfit, but it looked very, very. Definitely, they went all out with spending money on their gear too. So that's for sure. Because people don't know, Stardom wrestlers buy their own gear, so which sounds bad, but then they also sell it afterwards. I'm pretty sure they probably make a fucking profit a lot of the time. But yeah, so just this match was awesome. Just a couple of the spots here, since we're already going really long. At one point, Poi got her legs wrapped around Chihiro's arm in this armbar and like wouldn't let go. and Chihiro like lifts her up out of that, puts her into this electric chair position, and just drops her right on the back of her head out of this from this electric chair German. It looked first of all an amazing sequence, and then the actual bump at the end was so sick. And there was like so much, like incredible back and forth action. There was just one spot where Poi and Saori are like reaching for each other when everybody's down that I thought was so cute. They're just like, bestie, like help, like that kind of thing. Just adorable. And then Iwata is like just murdering Poi towards the end, and looks like she's about to finish her off, but Poi pulls the fairy magic cradle out of her ass, and that gets the pin. Amazing finish, amazing match, 4 1/4, the best match on the show, and just great match. And then like just tons of action that I couldn't even do it justice trying to play by play, honestly. It's almost 20 minutes, so.
Yeah, it's I've seen a lot of shows in Ota City Gymnasium. I get the sense that it is hard to hear the crowd often.
Yeah, it's a very.
Through the stream.
I've never been there, but it's a very hard building to mic, is my understanding.
Yeah, there is heat in this match, though. The crowd is so loud for this. It creates a hell of an atmosphere. It's a great match.
After the match, so first of all, we had the president of Actwres Girlz shows up, which I forgot what the fuck is his name again. Voki just told me. I have it somewhere. Let's see. Sakaguchi. There you go. So President Sakaguchi shows up, and he has had heat with Stardom forever. So that was already surprising to me. And then, but even bigger surprise, Teru Okada, obviously the president of Stardom, and the Tokyo Joshi president Tetsuya Koda appeared together to hand them flowers afterwards. Which I'm like, what the fuck? Like that is like, you want to talk about forbidden doors?
Yes.
Like the real forbidden door. Tokyo Joshi and Stardom. Like people were going crazy, like on Twitter, being like, are we finally going to get Stardom versus Tokyo Joshi after that? I mean, did Poi and Saori just pull off the coup of the century, bringing them together? Like their power to bring together the presidents of Stardom and Tokyo Joshi is crazy. Because like they've basically never crossed over. Have they ever?
Well,
I don't think they ever have.
I think it's more like TJPW doesn't really cross over with other Japanese wrestling promotions, even though it's not hard to find TJPW wrestlers wrestling in America for indies.
Yeah. So they never do any crossover stuff in Japan though, like you're saying. So, but yeah, so to have them there and like to really maybe finally say we're gonna do like something in the future, who knows? I mean, maybe that.
I think it's a stretch to read that much into it.
Yeah.
It's just their former bosses showing their respect, right?
But you never know.
So yeah.
You never know.
You never know.
But yeah,
that's for sure.
It is crazy that Poi even got that reaction though, because if I remember correctly, or got the Koda show up, because like if I remember correctly, her departure from Tokyo Joshi was not great.
I don't remember it that way. I do remember she was injured for very long periods.
Well, she had that comment. She had that famous comment when she left, didn't she? Where she called it like.
About how they're all friends.
Yeah.
And she meant it in kind of a demeaning way, as in you're not really competitors. You're just all kind of a friendly group of pals.
Yeah.
That's how it was interpreted. I thought I also heard people say she didn't quite mean it that way, or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not going to read too much into it.
Okay, maybe you're right. But yeah, because I loved her in Tokyo Joshi. I mean, she was like
Oh yeah.
Like Natsu Maki was my favorite Tokyo Joshi wrestler back in the day.
They showed clips of it, but like her trilogy with Miyu Yamashita was incredible.
And she did talk nicely about it here. I mean, to be fair, so maybe that goes to either the comment not meaning that exactly, or just time heals all wounds. But she did say, she said something like the nostalgia of seeing that Tokyo Joshi footage again hit me really hard. So. She was very nice about her time there. But yeah, she was amazing at Tokyo Joshi. I mean, that's where, I had not seen the original Actwres Girlz, so I had not seen her before that. So, just that's where I've like fell in love with her as a wrestler. So, but yeah, and then she's so athletic and obviously so tiny, but at the same time, like so fucking vicious on top of it. But like, it's such a unique combo. So.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
charming. The gap between how cute she is and then just how bloody vicious she is.
It is cool, and like she's obviously like also, and plus the dichotomy of her persona with Saori Ano's persona too. It's like it all works.
Oh yeah,
So,
she's bubbly, and Saori Ano is a Hideki Ano heroine, essentially.
yeah, like she's very, very, like an android basically. So,
Hmm.
but yeah, just a great, awesome match, and then it wasn't even over though because we got a special bonus track, Poi versus Soriano, and a 5 minute time limit. This was like the greatest fucking 5 minute match
It's
you will
such a
ever see in
great
your life.
sprint.
Oh my god! So
They packed so much into it.
Saori takes Poi's head off immediately with a big boot. 2 seconds later, Poi tosses Soriano off the top rope onto the apron so fucking hard. The bump she took for this 5 minute match is so ridiculous. And then they just get in the ring and they start clubbing the shit out of each other. And they start repeatedly dropping each other on their heads with these German suplexes over and over again. I don't care if you, the listener, think it's silly to go 4 stars in a 5 minute match. This is a 4-star 5 minute match. This is an amazing 5 minutes while it lasts.
Yeah.
And just I don't know. I like the fact that the two of them were like, you know what? We've put on one of the greatest produced shows, I can ever remember. Just an amazing. We drew an enormous crowd, to this show, like 2,800 people. Let's celebrate by killing each other. It's so fucking funny. I mean, like these are best friends, and like let's just beat each other's asses. So
it's one of my favorite things about Japanese wrestling in particular.
Yeah.
How a lot of the best, most vicious matches are not between lifelong enemies; it's between lifelong friends.
Yeah. I mean, Saori just did it with Tam Nakano at the Korakuen I went to in April. I mean, which was an amazing match too. And again, they beat the shit out of each other, and despite being close friends and like stablemates. So,
yep.
Just a great. I do love that too, and it's very much like, I don't know. It's kind of.
Well, it's one of those things where when you're a weeb, like you're familiar with this trope, right? That your rival is also your friend, and you both push each other to be better.
Yeah, their whole
I don't
song
think that's
was
something that's really in American wrestling.
Yeah, well, their whole song at the end was like, "Thank you for being my strongest rival." So.
Oh, that's so good! I love that.
Yeah, that was the song, like Psycho rival or whatever. Yeah, so that was like the whole song at the end. But yeah, so amazing match. The 5 minute match was basically women would rather kick each other in the face than go to therapy. The match basically like that was like just fucking, and that was like we'll get to Marigold too. That was like the whole theme of the Marigold thing too, where it's like all these friends of the Nai get in the ring, like just slap each other in the face.
Yep.
It's like I don't know, I love it. Girls rock basically. That's the whole thing. But then the show wasn't even over. There was like another almost hour.
I didn't watch this, by the way.
I did watch it. There was a very long concert. It was 2 songs by Yuki, who we mentioned is an actual like anime voice actress and singer. So she did 2 songs at the end, and then Poi and Saori sang a song thanking each other for being each other's greatest rival, and then thanking the crowd for coming. And they went on these giant moving platforms and like threw little plastic balls into the crowd, like with little gifts.
Oh, okay, yes. I've seen that before in other idol shows. So
yeah, so like they just, it was awesome. So yeah, just a great thing. And the funny story about the show. So I was in New Jersey visiting my dad this past weekend, but obviously that didn't mean I was going to miss the show. So I had to make time to watch it on the Saturday. So I'm in this back room, separate from where he's sitting in the living room, and I have this on, and this concert starts that goes on forever. And apparently my dad, when, this quite loud Japanese pop music is playing, my dad turned to my brother in the living room and was like, "What the fuck is he watching?" I thought he was watching fucking wrestling. So I had to go out there, and that's pretty much exactly how my dad talks, by the way. So I had to go out there and explain to him, like, "Yeah, see, Dad, that was the hour-long concert at the end of the wrestling show. That's what I was watching." But yeah, he was like, I felt like I was like 15 again, basically, like my dad being like, "What the fuck is he watching in there?" Which, my dad, by the way, has permission to misgender me. I don't really care. But anyway,
Well,
not gonna explain.
your
Not gonna
dad
explain
is
that
clearly
concept.
not aware of the great Joshi tradition of great wrestlers also being great pop idols.
Yeah, apparently not. But yeah, he was very confused because I can imagine, like, okay, you hear your son is watching a wrestling show, you expect to hear wrestling noises, which you hear for many hours, and then all of a sudden it turns into a concert for an hour, and it's like, you know. But yeah, that was just thought that was funny. But yeah, so that was an amazing show. I mean, really, I don't like. I saw Velky say this too. I don't know if it's a show for everyone. I mean, if you're the type of person who, um, doesn't like, I feel like if you love Joshi, you're gonna love this show. If you're the type of person who doesn't necessarily love, I don't know how else to say it, the Joshi-ness of Joshi, like the quirks of Joshi, this might not be a strong recommendation. The way like All Star Grand, like I feel like anyone could watch All Star Grand Queendom and think it's a great show. Whereas I think you really need to be sort of invested in the Joshi of it all to really enjoy this show. Does that make sense?
Kind
I
of.
mean, there's
but
still
I
some
think
there's
it's
some great
also-
wrestling still though. There's some great wrestling.
Yeah,
enjoy.
I think of the show as like the variety pack of a microbrewery that you get from the store, where you just kind of want to sample a bunch of different kinds of beers and see which connect with you. Because you're going to see a lot of freelancers who are working in a bunch of different promotions in the industry right now, plus several other great wrestlers in Stardom. I would recommend it, yeah, if you're just curious. It's still a really good show, even if you don't know any of the lore that we just spent nearly an hour explaining.
Yeah.
But it's important lore. It was worth it.
It is important lore. But yeah, great show. And there you go. That is the Saori Natsu Poi produced show. Believe it's still only available on StageCrowd.live right now. It will be going up on Stardom World eventually. It's of course available in other places that I'm not going to recommend, but
It normally takes like 7 to 10 days, so I bet by the time people hear this, it'll be up.
Yeah, so it should be up soon on Stardom World. So there you go. So let's talk a little about some other Stardom stuff real quick before we move off of Stardom. So they held 2 shows the week before in Osaka and Kyoto. The Osaka show on May 24th. Not a ton notable here. There was a cool little match with May Sierra against Yuria Hime, who I do not understand why she still does not have a cage match profile. But anyway, but yeah,
None of the Stardom rookies do. It's weird.
Oh yeah, that was a nice little sub 10-minute match that might be worth checking out. Because Yuria is like, she's developing. I feel like she's slowly coming along. So
another really good babyface.
Yeah.
I didn't think much of her when she debuted, but the speed with which I'm suddenly getting invested in her matches, it's
well, you know
good.
when she started looking good to me, she had that I think it was a pre-show match with Mayu Iwatani.
Yes, that was in her hometown, so that was kind of
Yeah.
Stardom giving her a little gift.
Yeah,
And
before
the present
Mayu left,
was you're going to get beat up by Mayu Iwatani in front of your family,
But
which
yeah, I remember
rocks,
that.
by the way. So
Yeah,
I'm sure she
I
was
felt like
happy
that.
with
I felt like that was like her first turning point.
Yes, I agree.
Also, like the other new rookie, one of the other 2 new rookies, Kikyo Furusawa, amazing look. Like she has
Yes,
that,
yes.
gothic
So
warrior
that was
look,
one of the
looks great.
Korakuen shows when we get to talking about that.
Yeah, but she was on this show too. So that's why I just want to mention her.
Oh, yeah.
I believe she's the one who may have been a like famous fan or something before she debuted.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah, so it's there's definitely one of the 2. I don't remember if it was her or Emma, but I think it was Kikyo from what I remember. So they were talking about this on in the Discord, but basically she and I saw some Japanese fans I know talking about this, where she was like a bunch of the Japanese fans who are regulars who go to New Japan and Stardom after she did her first like pre-debut where they brought her out at whatever show that was. A lot of them were like tweeting, "Oh, my friend's a pro wrestler now." So I think she was well known to, like, I don't want to say famous, like, like a celebrity fan or something, but like well known, because Japan doesn't really have those, but more like well known among the other fans. It's a better way to put it.
Okay, but she's a big wrestling fan going into it rather than just an actress with a career change. Not to denigrate that, we just spent an hour celebrating it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, that
I mean,
I think might explain some of why her debut was so good, because I mean, we may as well talk about it now that she came up, but she was very proactive in it. I was really, really impressed with it.
yeah, that was back at the Korakuen on May 21st, where she lost to Hanan. So
Hmm.
yeah, she looked better than the other one. Emma Mashima against Azumi. Emma did not. I don't remember really. That was her debut too. I don't remember her doing much anything that stood out to me.
No, I didn't either. But she did say
Emma
she
Mashima.
specifically wants to be a high-speed wrestler, which I feel like is a division Stardom doesn't have a lot of depth in, so that's very welcome.
Yeah, I mean they never even have title matches at this point. So.
Yeah, sadly.
But yeah, so getting back to the Osaka show for a second, the main event was the Artist of Stardom 3-way elimination match. Now, I did not know before I started this match that they meant elimination as in everyone could be eliminated in this match, including over the top rope rules. They probably announced that at some point and I just missed it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to be like a 3-way elimination, like, you know, one person gets pinned and your team gets eliminated. I did think the rules kind of detracted from this for me, like all the top rope eliminations and stuff. So, you know, I thought this was going to be better than it was, and I think that was a big issue with it. So I only went like 3 1/4. Like it really didn't do a ton for me. You know, it was pretty good. It's not like it was bad or anything, but like, you know, the top rope elimination stuff just, you know, it's never that. It did take a little bit away from it compared to what I thought it could have been.
It feels like Suzu Suzuki's new unit is really off to an inauspicious start.
Yeah, like Scarlet Kid even kind of like walked over to her and like shoved her in the face afterward, and almost felt like she was being like, "See, you shouldn't have left Neo Genesis, asshole." And it feels like almost when you watch, you're like, "Yeah, she probably shouldn't have," because like her
Yeah.
two of her three partners are part timers, the other one's a rookie.
Yep.
It
And
is very
for a lot of the other shows, they're teaming up with FWC, who are not members.
yeah.
And no idea what's going on with that tag team in particular. It's strange right now. I'm a big fan of Suzu Suzuki, and when she
I am too.
debuted the new unit, I was really excited because it felt like this was going to be a big step up for her, and she really deserves it. She's a fantastic wrestler.
Yeah.
And only like 4 years into her career or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
She
And she has
and
a
she
lot of like
also
a shitload of charisma too.
shitload of charisma, and she also recruited what I thought were some really interesting choices, like her Shindy wrestling friends, and that just
Yeah.
kind of gives a different vibe and texture to that helps the unit stand out in Stardom. Um, Kind of a shame that so far it feels like she hasn't had much of an impact, and that's I don't remember that being true for a lot of other units. Normally,
Yeah.
when
It
they're
does feel
formed,
like.
they become the spotlight for a while.
I mean, I weren't you kind of shocked that it win here? They
Yes.
couldn't just win. They couldn't just
So
win the
I didn't
artist
see the
titles.
match. I didn't see the match because it's not on YouTube anymore, and it's not on Stardom World yet. I don't know
Oh, it is.
why.
It is on YouTube. I just watched it on YouTube.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't
I just
find
watched
it
it on
then.
YouTube. Yeah, I just watched it on YouTube today, so it's definitely still
Then
on
I
YouTube.
am terrible at finding things on
Yeah,
YouTube,
no,
apparently.
I just want to make sure people knew listening. Like if you're listening to this like not long after we recorded, it is still on YouTube. Yes, it
I
did take me a
swear
little
I
while.
looked for it.
It did.
Oh,
I
well.
mean, it took. To be fair, it took me a little while to find it. So
Okay.
I don't blame. Yeah, it's like way down there already. But yeah, I did find it eventually. So yes, if you're looking to watch it, it is on YouTube. Everybody listening.
Sorry, to bring it back to your question, though, like, when I saw the result, I was disappointed, but also I'm also commenting on some of the house shows I've seen and how those have
Yeah,
developed.
yeah.
It's just, I don't know, man.
Like, why not just give it's the artist belts? Why not give maybe
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
so it seems like they're so into this whole like Neo Gen all trying to win 2 titles thing, because they did say that afterward, like, oh, we need to get Miyu a second title now. But I don't know. Like, what? First of all, what second title is Miyu gonna win?
The high speed, maybe?
But they already have that.
They already, I know. And then
So-
May has to, I don't know, maybe become double Wonder and World Champion. I think she deserves it.
It's like very weird. I don't know, like what they're gonna do. It's like, but yeah, it's the quest to give Miyu a second title. Like Azumi already has a fake second title because she has a second title of a brand that no longer exists apparently. Or is it gonna run any shows?
I really
Is it gonna
wonder
run
how
any
much longer
shows?
she's gonna wear that belt.
Or at least a brand that's not gonna run any shows for the rest of the year apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very. So that's why I guess they could just have her defend it in Stardom because they had Julia defend it in Stardom, I believe.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. So but it's just weird. It's like the New Japan Strong Women's title. Like, for who in Japan even gives a fuck about New Japan Strong? First of all, I mean, they did do pretty well at that Korakuen that they did, but like at this point, like who really? Now that it felt like people in Japan cared about the weekly show and thought it was interesting, but now there's just been like random fucking 4 shows a year in America. Like no one gives. There's no way anyone still gives a shit, you know. So I don't know. It's just very weird, but very weird title. But yeah, so there's your Osaka. Basically, nothing here that I would call must watch besides, I would recommend May Sierra against Yuri Ahime. Honestly, that's my big recommendation of this show from what I watched. The Kyoto show has a semi-main that was quite good, which is Hanako beating Rion in 10:05, which goes back to.
Oh, you did watch this? Excellent.
Yes, I did watch it. It was a great 10-minute match. I mean, a lot of fun. And Rion just getting her ass kicked was a lot of fun too. So
again, yeah, she's great at that. And I think Hanako also seemed a lot more comfortable in this match than she did in her match against Starlight Kid. And that went a long way to making her a convincing monster. For
you didn't
Rion
like the Starlight Kid match? I really liked that match.
I liked it, but there's some awkward spots that kind of took me out of it. And Hanako especially seemed to struggle to assert herself. A fair bit of this is also, of course, Starlight Kid, if she's going to win convincingly, is probably going to have to throw everything she has at Hanako. So
yeah, see, I thought
that's the way the match had to be structured, but
I thought that was part of the story, though. Is I thought they did an amazing job making Hanako the underdog, even though she like has 9 inches on Starlight Kid or whatever. I mean, which is a really difficult. Thing to do. So
thing to pull off.
So I thought that really was cool. So I don't know, maybe that's why I liked it so much. But
I definitely didn't get that sense from it. But yeah,
okay. But yeah, Hanako beats Rion here, and Hanako, like you said, looked really good as a monster. Definitely recommend that. So this was the May 25th show from Kyoto in KBS Hall with that famous church-like background. Which, by the way, have you ever, I'm assuming you've never been to KBS Hall, have you?
No, never been to Japan.
So I thought you said, so the Tokyo Joshi thing you did was like in America.
Yes.
I got it. Okay. But yeah, in the KBS Hall, so you get there, it does not look nearly as impressive because when you're there, you can really see it's just this one wall.
Oh,
like it's harder to see on TV, but when you get there in person, like it's just this one big wall that has the stained glass, and all the other walls are completely normal. It just doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it does on TV, which is kind of sucks. Like almost all the other venues look super cool in person, like compared to on TV. Like Korakuen Hall looks amazing in person. Like Sumo Hall looks amazing. All these venues. Then you go to KBS Hall and you're like, that's it. It's just this one wall, really. So yeah, I actually recommend not going to KBS Hall because it kind of takes away. Because it was like a bucket list one for me because I've been watching.
It looks so cool on television.
Yeah, and you get there in person, you're like, really, that's it? So.
Okay. Good to know. It created an incredible photo of Saya Kamatani, which I've seen going around, and I think through wrestling Twitter. So. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the dummies who want her, Daddy, Uncle Triple H, get your hands on her.
I will say it really annoys me how fans of major American promotions tend to treat every other wrestling promotion as a feeder for their preferred. Major promotion. It's not. Wrestling isn't like baseball.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like it's very. I don't know. It does very because like that's always the comparison WWE people make where they're like, oh, they say we're not real fans, unless we watch other stuff. Are you saying people who don't watch Chinese league and basketball aren't real fans? It's like it's not a remotely similar comparison. But,
yeah. In fact, it's a very revealing comparison on their part.
That's true. But yeah, that shot was amazing. But yeah, Hanako Rion definitely worth watching, and the main event was pretty good too. It was Neo Genesis against full strength Neo Genesis, all 4 of them, beating Godzai, Hina, Lady C, Rana Yagami, and Saori. So that one 15:31. So I enjoyed that one too. That was another one I would recommend. So rest of the card kind of whatever, but those two matches I would say are worth watching.
Yeah, I enjoyed the whole show, to be honest. Sometimes Stardom house shows, they just hit real good, you know?
Yeah. The May 21st Korakuen, that had the kind of disappointing Hate versus Mi Vida Loca artist number one contendership match that are going to double count out. So that I guess is part of what we're talking about with Mi Vida Loca, not off to the most auspicious start. But
Yep.
it also had the, again, criminally underrated on this website, Poi and Otto against Rion and Tsukiyama match we mentioned earlier, which I cannot recommend strongly enough. I want like 4 stars on that because they just, the way Poi just killed Rion was just so fucking cool.
Shout outs to Waka Tsukiyama as well. She's really good in tag matches. I don't know if I would ever want to see her in a singles, just because we were talking about Aura earlier, and her aura is just a little too goofy. I don't know if there's anything she could do about that, but she was really great in this as well. She puts everything into those hip attacks.
Oh yeah. And the main event, which I apparently liked way better than you did, was Hanako failing in her challenge against Starlight Kid for the Wonder title in 21-25. So I did go 4 stars flat on this. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I'm the weird one out on this, by the way. Most people love it. Like, definitely check it out if you're interested.
Yeah, it has a 7.86 even on Cage Match, which again tends to underrate things. So, closer to me than you, I guess. But yeah, definitely. I thought Hanako, the way she worked this as like kind of the underdog, despite being so much bigger, I thought was really cool and just a really interesting thing they're able to pull off. The earlier Korakuen...
real quick,
sorry, go ahead.
Before we move on, I wanted to ask you, what do you think they're going to do with E Nexus V? Because they don't have the E or the V around right now.
That's true.
Right?
I don't know. Now it's like, what? It's Hanako, Waka, and Rion. What a trio. What a trio.
Yep. Xena, if she comes back.
What didn't they say some, like she was on some poster or something recently where people were like, oh, maybe she's getting close. But yeah,
that feels really thin, and Mi Vida Loca needs some bodies.
Yeah, they could try to merge them. Stars need some bodies, actually.
Stars need bodies. Actually, like, Rian would be a great fit for Stars. Waka would be a great fit for Stars. Hanako, though? I'd send Hanako to Mi Vida Loca if this was like Football Manager. And
then you could like make her into the big monster because they're kind of heelish. So,
yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I guess we'll say. I mean, so they tend to have big movement around the time of the conversion. Yep. So we'll see what happens. I mean, that's coming up later this month, which we don't have any matches for it yet except for one, right? I think it's just Saori if she retains in Britain, against Saori. Well, I wonder what's going to happen there. It might be Alex Windsor against Saori, everybody. Look out.
Saori was already very disappointed she wasn't the first challenger.
I know,
Saori
should not disappoint
her more.
Well, like, Saori, calm down, okay? Look, Saori just won. It just totally feels like to me that Saori went to Taro and was like, I don't want to be a V0. Can we get me a defense before I have to drop this fucking thing to Saori?
That is such a shame. I think Saori should get a very long run with the IWGP belt if that's the case.
Well, I mean, I kind of think I think this will be a case if it happens where she'll lose it and win it back, but I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, I could see that too. And that's the feud that they kind of have going through the rest of the year.
Yeah. But it could be like a thing where like Saori loses it here and then wins it back at even maybe Dream Queendom in December. I could see that.
Yeah. They have a Korakuen coming up this weekend. That's probably a great time to set up a bunch of matches for this pay-per-view.
But yeah, so before we get to that, I just wanted to mention real quick the May 11th Korakuen, the only other show we haven't talked about from May yet. Saya Kamatani against Saya Kakura. I already put it over before. Do not miss that fucking match if you didn't.
Fantastic match.
Yeah, I mean, just like one of these matches where I had a discussion with somebody I'm not going to name because I don't want to be like, ooh, I'm calling them out for not liking the same wrestlers as me. But somebody who is like didn't think Saya Kamatani was like that good or something and didn't put her on their 30 under 30 list. I'm just like, I don't know what you're watching if you don't think Saya Kamatani is good. Like it's really, really weird. Like putting her first on my list was like one of the easiest calls I had to make when I put together my 30 under 30 list.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, Saya Kamatani of the past year and change, I'd agree.
yeah,
Saya Kamatani, when she was in Queen's Quest and held the white belt for 2 years, I was one of those people who did not enjoy most of her reign. So
I was too, and I got a lot of pushback in the Discord the other day when I was like, which I feel like I'm talking about too much on this episode. But I mean, I did get a lot of pushback on there when I said I didn't really like her Golden Phoenix era that much. I mean, she had some matches. I don't think I disliked her as much as you did by the sound of it, but I was more like could take or leave her probably.
oh, I was
And
lukewarm, is how I would describe
yeah,
it.
that's a good way to put it for me too. Yeah.
Because I think I realized what she was missing was, it wasn't so much aura as like so many of her wins just felt inevitable, so there wasn't really drama in it. By making her this outlandish heel, that really gives her matches like the extra texture they were missing, because she's already there in terms of technique and being able to sell her ass off.
Yeah. Well, her selling in particular, I'm just like, I don't know. Like the thing this person took issue with was her ring work, and I'm like, I don't know how you can watch her sell and not think it's great. Like her selling is like some of the best in wrestling right now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
on top of that, I mean, the only issue I really had with her ring work is she had that tendency to do really sloppy high flying that could like blow up in her face in big moments of big matches, and she does not do that anymore, really at all. So I mean, once she dropped that, I'm like, I don't really see the complaint with her in ring. I mean, unless you just really hate that big epic style of match is the only thing I could think of. But I don't think that's the case for this person because this person loves AEW. So I don't know. Like I don't know. Like if you're that's the wrong direction if you don't like big epic style matches. So
she's clearly resonating with the fans as well. She
yeah,
feels
well,
like a big reason why they're doing as well as they are.
Yeah, I mean, this person's an outlier for sure. That's why I'm saying, like, she seems to be very popular with the Western fans. She seems to be very popular with the Japanese fans. She's breaking through in the mainstream. I mean, it's definitely like I said, it seems like one of the easiest number ones I would ever have to pick on this list because, you know, she feels like the biggest star in Japanese wrestling right now.
Yeah.
Sayaka and her, though, in this match, 4.25 stars. Again, as we went over before, Sayaka has only been wrestling for like 16 months or something, like 17 months. I mean, a ridiculously short amount of time. And she looks so good here. And Saya obviously had to like, you know, carry the bulk end of the match and did an amazing job. And yeah, this amazing performance I thought from both of them, and just really, really great match for the red belt. So if you missed that one because there's like Korakuen right after a much bigger Stardom show, definitely go back and watch it.
And don't miss Stardom Korakuens in general.
Yeah.
They usually get a very hot crowd, and often stuff happens there that's important.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah, especially nowadays.
I mean, they used to have a lot of trouble getting hotter crowds if like I don't know what they did to finally convince their fans to make noise.
Well, they're doing an experiment where they're running Korakuen on weekday nights. And that seems to be going over very well.
Yeah. Oh, this next show, though, is on weekend, so we'll get to that in a second. Briefly just mention the upcoming show before we finally move off Stardom, and I think we've gone, almost 2 hours just on Stardom, which I guess is not surprising considering we both love the promotion, but whatever.
Don't worry, we'll go another 2 hours on Marigold, just to make things equal.
I doubt we will, actually, but we'll say. The New Blood show, that was Wednesday, June 4th, so it should be as we're recording this on June 3rd, it'll probably end up coming out on June 4th at this point, this podcast, since, I doubt someone will be up to upload it tonight at this point. So it'll already have happened when you see this. So I'll just briefly mention, or when most of you listen to this, so I'll briefly mention it's free on YouTube. You might want to check it out. It has a couple really cool matches. The opener, Aya Sakura and Sayaka Kurara against the two newest rookies, Kikyo Furusawa and Emma Maishiba. I mean, that's a cool match. That's what I'm definitely looking forward to. It's the little class battle there where you have the more recent class versus the newest class. So definitely a cool match.
It'll be interesting to see these somewhat rookies get to be the senpai in more matches as they keep bringing more wrestlers in. So they'll be leading the matches in all likelihood.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. And the other only match I wanted to mention is the main event. We see the third defense attempt for Waka and Hanako of the New Blood tag team titles. The only title of New Blood, the New Blood brand, but they defend against Himiko and who's the other opponent? Oh, and Yuma Makoto from Diana. So that'll be interesting to see. I do not catch many Diana shows. I do not even know how Diana makes tape, but so it'll be interesting to see Himiko and Makoto there. The show after that, though, the bigger show is this Sunday, June 8th at Korakuen. So it's a Sunday 11:30 a.m. show, which is great for those of us in the U.S. because we can actually watch it live. So it's at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 p.m. if you're out in the beautiful city of Des Moines.
Yep, and, I hear Saturday night is all right for fighting.
There you go. Do they still use that song? I don't even know.
I have no idea. It's a great choice, though.
They're not up against Collision this week because the NHL playoffs, I think. Because they're doing that thing tomorrow that sounds psychotic to me, where they're going to do 4 hours straight of Dynamite and Collision back to back, Fighter Fest. Where I'm like, I don't know, 4 hours of American TV wrestling just sounds like pure hell for me. But I'm sure someone's going to love it. But yeah, the show here, the Korakuen, we only have 4 matches right now. We have the main event, or actually, I don't even know if it's the main event, but probably the main event. It's the
probably, yeah.
With Neo Genesis, Starlight Kid, Azumi, Miyu Yamashita, and or Miyu Amasaki.
Kevin.
Thank you. Miyu Amasaki and May Sierra against the Hate team of Konami, Rina, Saya Kamitani, and the returning Momo Watanabe. So
hell yeah.
Momo finally returned. I think she's been out with 2 months, right? Something like that?
Yeah, because she got injured at an AEW taping.
Yeah, so it's been a while.
Is that what happened? That's a shame.
I believe so. We have Saori against Rada Yagima. Another Saori versus a Stardom youngster match, where she's going to beat somebody's ass, which I don't know how anyone's not that excited for that.
Yep.
We have
Rada has good fire as well. That should be a great match.
Yeah. A 6-woman tag with Hanan, Saya Ida, and Momo Kogo. The only 3 members left standing of Stars as of now, against Natsu Poi, Aya Sakura, and Sayaka Kurara of Cosmic Angels. And we have Yuna Mizumori against one of the 2 rookies, Emma Maishiba. So that's all we got right now. We'll obviously get more at some point. It's not like a marquee Korakuen lineup, but I mean that's kind of expected when you have a much bigger show coming up on the only 2 weeks later, I believe, the conversion. So
one last comment on that last match that you mentioned. I mentioned earlier Emma had said she wanted to be in the high-speed division. So has Yuna, as she had challenged May unsuccessfully before, but perhaps if she beats Emma here, she'll feel like she can challenge May at conversion, which I think would be a very good match.
So there you go. But yeah, starting the conversion, that's coming up on the 21st, and on 2 episodes from now on Omakase, I'm going to have Velky on with me to preview it. So
hell yeah.
Show, which I hopefully will have an actual full card by then. But
ask him how Tam is doing on the farm.
That's true. It is canon. It was on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I saw it in the Discord. You're saying Discord would lie to me?
I know. Well, when Wikipedia would lie? Come on. But yeah, so we have that coming up 2 episodes from now. So that'll be coming up at some point. He'll be on with me to review Dominion and preview the conversion. So, but yeah, if you want more Stardom talk after 2+ hours here on the Stardom Omakase podcast lately. But yeah, so there you go. That's your Stardom chat, I guess.
All right, that is 1 promotion of 7 down. Let's go, baby.
So now let's get into some New Japan. Best of the Super Juniors. So that wrapped up this past Sunday with the final show. Did a pretty respectable attendance, 3,044 at Ota Ward Gym. Honestly, I was kind of wondering if they were even going to beat the Natsu and Saori show, but they did beat it by about 200 fans, so good for them. But yeah, ended with Kosei Fujita beating Yo in 28:05 with the thrill ride. What? So were you one? Okay, so there's like two factions emerging about this match.
I fucking love this match.
I did too. So like me, you, Dave Meltzer, a bunch of other people. We all love this match. Joel and Damon with the Super J Cast. I haven't listened to the one they recorded today, but they said they're on their island, so I assume that meant they do not love it. And I saw other people say they didn't love it. I don't really get it. It's like, I don't know, like, what else did you want from this match? Like, this match was awesome.
Well, they wanted more story, you see. There's not enough story in New Japan. They needed to know, like, why was Yo doing all of his Chaos members' former moveset as he worked the match with Fujita?
I don't know.
I'm being slightly facetious here. I do somewhat understand where they're coming from. It didn't bother me as much, and that's just one of those things that's going to differ from person to person.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's a fucking tournament final. I mean, the story is they want to win the goddamn trophy. Like, I don't know if I need a big story besides, Yo channeling which I thought the stuff Yo did where he channeled the Chaos Mate was really cool and a cool tribute. And I sort of understand. I saw Joel's complaint on Discord, which I feel like I'm saying way too much on this episode, but that's where I saw him say it. But yeah, I mean, I saw his complaint where he was like, he thought Yo could have done it all tour. And I guess that makes sense, but I like the idea that he's in the biggest match of his life. He's going for the Best of Super Junior crown, and he's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fucking channel all my compatriots in Chaos, this unit that went down only 2 months ago or 3 months ago, and I'm going to use their moves. I'm going to try to win that way. I thought that was a really cool little thing. I'm not saying it was fucking Shakespeare. I'm not saying it was, this amazing, like, deep story that only New Japan fans could get or something, but I thought it was a cool little touch, and I thought it added to the match. So yeah, I went 4.5 stars in this fucking match. I thought this match was amazing. I'm pretty sure Dave Meltzer is going to go the full 5 on it pretty soon, based on the way Dave, we're going to have 5-star match haver, according to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Yohei Komatsu, which just tickles me pink, honestly. Like, that's one of those ones where I'm like, him and Miyu Amazaki are like the two funniest Wrestling Observer 5-star match havers, in my opinion.
One of these days, I'm going to find out who Kurt Angle is. That'll be really fun. And maybe I'll finally understand why it's a big deal.
Yeah. Roman Reigns, too, is another one that doesn't have a 5-star match.
Okay, well, sadly, I do know who he is.
Yeah. Well, somebody made like a comparison video to Roman Reigns and Wheeler Yuta after Dave gave that Anarchy in the Arena match in AEW 5 stars, which, even though I think that's vastly overrating that match, that was a funny video, because Wheeler Yuta is another one where it's like, yeah, that man probably shouldn't have a 5-star match, but guess what? He does. Mm-hmm. So, But yeah, Yo really earned his here. That is for sure. Because going, unlike Miyu and Wheeler Yuta, it was in a singles match, and I did think it was pretty amazing. So, and basically a 4.5 for me is a 5 for Dave at this point. So we'll see if Dave gives it like 5 3/4 or whatever. Actually,
it was such an energetic back and forth match. Everything seemed to flow logically. There were, when a match gets into the last third or so and you can feel things escalating, one of the things that separates a good match from a great match for me is how long they're able to sustain that high of this match could end at any minute. And I somehow found myself convinced that it was going to end like at the 15-minute-ish mark, and they go for another 10 and maintain that great feeling of this is a super competitive match. Anybody can take it. I loved the hell out of it. And Yo I felt has gotten a really bad rap recently. I've seen him called lazy. I've seen him called boring. He didn't have a great tournament besides. He didn't have a great tournament too, but I don't think a lot of other people did either.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that in a sec.
Yeah,
but he just had an awesome match with the junior tag titles, though.
That's the other thing. Yeah, it feels. Here he felt like a complete wrestler to me in a way that he hadn't felt during the entire tournament, and for most of the time I've watched him, to be honest. I don't know quite how to put it, but it felt like he found something here, and maybe that little extra that he needed was to just be really sentimental and pay tribute to his old Chaos buddies.
And it
But
felt, you know what else did it? It felt right for him.
it did,
Because like
yes.
he's kind of a dork. Like, let's be
Yep.
real. He can be very dorky. He's an endearing dork, and it made sense that he goes out there and he's like, "I'm gonna wear my fucking green Ziploc bag version of Okada's Rainmaker outfit, and I'm gonna, pay my fucking tribute to the Chaos members, and I'm gonna be sentimental." And it's not.
Yep.
There's wrestlers that would not have landed with, but for him it landed. I mean, it did. It made
Yeah.
total sense to me.
Well, it's going to be a shame when he joins the house and uses Ziploc bags as his weapon of choice, which I don't think he should do. That seems dangerous.
Oh god. But yeah, I mean, awesome match. There's really nothing else on this card that's worth going through. So I don't know
you
if we
say
have
that,
to...
but that undercard had some great energy. I enjoyed the
Well,
finals.
I was gonna say the matches were fine actually. And they were like everybody had their working boots on. I just don't know if there's a lot to talk about with a bunch of 10-minute undercard tags.
That is true.
I would not dissuade anyone from watching it though, because everybody had their working shoots on in front of the big crowd, and they definitely tried hard. But yeah,
crowd was into everything. It's just
Evil versus Gato.
Yes. But sorry, another 5-star match, right?
Yeah, another 5-star match right there. But yeah,
that was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
God, a motivated Taichi just hits different. I love that man so much, and it's so good to feel like finally he is back in a prominent spot again. He's taking the tag titles, and honestly, I'm kind of impressed with how Calum Newman's follow-through has been as the defender of the tag titles. He's taken it to Taichi. I think they're going to have a great match at Dominion.
Yeah, I think that's going to be... I mean, they had... Did you see the Takatoshi Mania show or no?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because that I went like 4.5 on that tag match they had with Zack and Akiyama against Taichi and Ishii, and that match was amazing.
Yeah, fantastic match. Yeah.
Yeah. So Taichi and Ishii against Callum and Okan, that could be really good as well. So we'll see. So that brings us let's do the best Super Junior wrap up, then we'll do a Dominion preview. So I'm going to go guy by guy here. I'm going to rank each, because I've rated every single match of this fucking best Super Junior like a total nerd. So I'm going to give my ranking here by average star rating in each block. And then as I give each wrestler, you can give some thoughts on any thoughts you had on their tournament too. The big thing with this tournament, by the way, if someone listening hasn't watched it, you can really get away with watching just the Tokyo shows. Like, watch the 2 Korakuens and watch your Yogi, and you'll have seen almost all the best matches of the tournament besides the final.
Yeah.
So, you can really... I mean, it's not like the other shows are horrible, and it's not like the other shows didn't have some good matches, but, the standout matches, I mean, if I go down my best match ranking, it's okay, Ota Ward Gym, the final. Korakuen, Yoyogi. Korakuen, Yoyogi. One match in Numazu, which was Hiromu Takahashi against Robbie X from the last A block night, that's the only 4-star match besides one match on night 1 that I had.
Mal versus Taguchi, right? Oh wait, that was not night 1.
No, I don't have Mal versus Taguchi actually on my list. So anyway, but yeah, Yoyogi, Yohas Arena in Chiba, Hachioji, which is technically Tokyo, Korakuen. So that's my top 10. So there's 2 matches outside of the Tokyo area, which was one in Chiba on night 1, which was Desperado and Teton, and Hiromu against Robbie X. So it's the only 2 matches not in the Tokyo area that didn't have my top 10. So it was just besides the final. The final. So no, the final's in Tokyo too. What the hell am I talking about? So yeah, Ota Ward Gym. So yeah, just two matches outside of Tokyo area.
It was a high floor, low ceiling tournament.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I found it a real grind to watch in the back half. Tournaments are why I got into watching a lot of Japanese pro wrestling. I hate missing a single show really when Best of the Super Juniors or the G1 is on. this was a struggle in the back half because it was really hard to pick out any narratives for any of the wrestlers. They kept scrambling the blocks, so the distinction between the different blocks, which is something I really enjoy, was missing this time around.
Yeah, they were both super close the entire time.
They
It was
were
like
both
real
super
close.
close, and it was just hard to feel like a lot of the matches mattered, in part because it was hard until the very end to figure out, well, who's eliminated or not. Everyone is so closely packed together.
Yeah, so I would not call it any kind of great tournament. I mean, like there's
No.
again the Korakuen on nights 3 and 4, and the Yoyogi show night 5. Those are all very good shows with some very good matches. The final was really good, but nights 7 through 12 especially not good. So yeah, once they got outside Tokyo, the Gunma show, like all these shows with these, because I heard apparently the wrestlers were not happy with some of the arena bookings, and they booked a lot of like those hospital lighting shows where like there's 800 people in the building.
Yeah, it doesn't make for great TV is the other problem for sure.
Yeah, so it just did not work on TV at the back half of this tournament. So on the wrestlers, you could tell were affected by it and didn't really,
Also, doesn't this kind of feel like a bummer time to be wrestling for New Japan? You have Naito suddenly leaving, you have Tanahashi retiring, Okada suddenly left. You suddenly have rumors of other wrestlers maybe leaving soon after getting booked extensively by AEW.
Yeah.
It might be tough to do a month-long tournament that you have to grind through a lot of matches and turn in an effort level for a promotion that you don't think is going to return the sentiment,
Yeah. So I don't know. It's a weird time, like you're saying.
It is,
so.
yeah. I'm positive on the promotion. I think Dominion is going to be great, for instance, but
I see. I'm a little low. I feel like I'm lower on the Dominion card than a lot of people. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But I've liked their year for the most part. I wouldn't say I loved it. I've loved it. I mean, there was like a slowdown, especially after like the year got off to an amazing start with Wrestle Kingdom and Dynasty, and New Beginning in Osaka. The New Japan Cup I thought was better than some people said it was. I mean, there was some really good stuff in there. Sakura Genesis was like pretty good, not anything great. Probably helped by the fact that I was there. And yeah, the Dontaku tour was kind of a downer.
The tour was a downer, but the show itself I thought was really good. Both shows.
Yeah, there was some good stuff. But I think there was some good stuff. But Naito leaving was such a downer, I guess, is maybe more maybe what I mean. But
that
yeah, and then Best of Super Juniors, definitely it definitely had a rough back half. So maybe it's probably recency bias talking, because now I'm thinking about it, you're right. I did like a lot of the stuff on Dontaku. I liked the cage match. I liked the Tsuji Uemura match more than a lot of people did.
Callum versus Goto was a revelation, frankly.
yeah. So, it is recency bias. The last thing
yeah.
in New Japan is this tournament that I didn't think was a big hit. But
it's funny, actually, now that we're talking about it, I think I'm just way more into where the heavyweights are right now than the juniors. Junior division.
Yeah, that's a good point, too.
We'll get into it, I think.
Okay, so A block ranking, I have first place Hiromu Takahashi with a 3.67 average. I mean, totally carried this block. I mean, just really, really just had outstanding matches with multiple people. 5 matches at 4 stars or better. I mean, just he really made everybody who seemed to think he was washed look like a fool in this tournament. I mean, this tournament without him and Desperado and B block would have been a complete joke. And he really carried the A block here. He might be graduating though. I mean, at some point, so that'll be rough, like losing him in A block. But
he gives everybody their best matches, and yet I don't think anyone's interested in seeing him at the top of the division again. Yeah.
So we'll see if he's losing to so many people here that it felt like this could be his goodbye tour of the junior division. But second, I had Kosei Fujita at a 3.58. I thought he started really strong and lost a little momentum in the back half of the tournament, like a lot of people did, quite frankly. But still had a good tournament overall. He felt overshadowed by Yo in the final that he won, which...
yes, I've noticed that too. The discourse has mostly been about Yo and not so much about Fujita.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
just
that's
because
not
it's more
great.
fun to argue about Yo.
Yeah.
Like what are you gonna say about Fujita at this point?
Yeah, he's
That
22 years
feels
old and he's amazing.
contrarian, you
What
know?
to do? Yeah, there's really nothing to say besides, he's disgustingly good for a 22-year-old. We get it, buddy.
Oh, not even for a 22-year-old. He's just disgustingly good
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
He has
That is,
arrived. He is here.
yeah.
We are in the age of Fujita now.
Third place, I had a tie: Francesco Akira and Robbie X at 3.42, which is maybe a little disappointing for Akira and a little stronger than you'd expect from Robbie X. So, kind of interesting dichotomy there. Like Akira had one outstanding match with Hiromu, which was the second best match of the entire tournament after the final. But other than that, I wasn't in love with this tournament. I never went over 4 stars. Went 4 stars or over on anything else in this tournament. I just kind of thought he had a good tournament, but not a great tournament, which I guess is reflected by his ranking here.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie X, on the other hand, he had again, different expectations for him, but he was very solid throughout the entire tournament, and then finished with a really strong match against Hiromu on the final A block night that I went 4 stars on. So, Robbie X was more like again, different expectations, but for him to be tied here in third was really strong for him, I think.
I had never seen him until that tag title match with Kanemaru, not Kanemaru.
Ishimori.
Thank you for. Boy, imagine how I'll be in hour 3.
No, it's fine. You got me before when I was almost going to call. I was almost going to say Act Yakuzawa was brutalized by a blow-up doll. So.
Sorry. I didn't know what to expect from him. I still don't quite feel like he belongs, but it's not for lack of effort. It's not for lack of skill. I think he just had the misfortune to debut in a tournament that left me largely cold. I don't know. Would you welcome back Robbie X for another run at the Best of the Super Junior? Yeah. I think so too.
5th place, Master Watto, 3.28.
Oh, sorry, Akira, real quick.
Oh, Akira.
If that's all right.
Yeah.
One thing. I actually really like how his tournament ended, where because he was losing and because he just got so freaking mad at Clark Connors, was literally seeing red, that's his new feud now, because Akira is just an emotional firecracker, right? And he's going to make the wrong decision at the wrong time, even if it cost him the tournament. That's great stuff. I am kind of disappointed, though, that he was not in the mix at all in the finals. I thought he was ready to take that next step. And no, I guess the bookers disagreed.
Master Watto in 5th for me, 3.28. Disappointing. I mean, he never really clicked at like a super high level.
Yeah.
Never had anything at 4 stars or higher. He was consistently fine, and he had 2 very good matches with Fujita and Hiromu. But yeah, I mean, after the final he had 2 years ago, a 5-star match with Teton, I thought he'd be better here. And he just, I don't. It's hard even me to put my finger on what's missing for him, besides like what we were talking about earlier, where like these young male wrestlers in Japan don't seem to have the same fire, the same aura that the young female wrestlers have in Japan right now. Mm-hmm. And that really, Watto might be the poster child for that, because he's technically a great wrestler. I mean, he can put on great matches, and he can do the moves and everything, but like I never feel like he's in there like dying to win a match. Like he never gets that across. So
he's best slotted.
Fujita kind of dragged it out of him to a degree in his match, which is why that was probably his best match. Where Fujita, because they have this generational rivalry, was like beating the shit out of him, mm-hmm. and that he sort of dragged it out of him a little bit, and that was the only time he felt it in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I think Master Watto is best slotted as an underdog babyface, but he's kind of aging out of that role. He's becoming one of the more senior juniors, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think that's not to his benefit. I don't know. I still like the guy a lot. And I feel like where Despy's reign has to go is back to a Master Watto challenge at some point.
6th place, I have Kushida, 3.22. Again, no problem with Kushida's tournament. I thought he was good. It's largely carried by one match, the Kosei Fujita match. That was amazing, that I went 4.25 on.
That was probably my favorite match of the tournament.
I mean, yeah, just
that wasn't the final.
the way it built. They did all this the Brazilian jiu-jitsu in there together, and they were did a very technical match, but they just built it to the point where it's almost like an old UWFI match where once they finally do a German suplex, it feels even more impactful.
Mm-hmm.
And that's totally the same vibe I got here, where they built and built to build it until once they were dropping each other on their heads, it felt amazing. So,
and this one ended on the first pinfall attempt, right? Am I
yeah,
remembering that
I believe
right?
so.
I love that. So. I love that.
Yeah. So, and the fact that they had a crowd so into a match like that, first of all, says a lot about Japanese crowds, but second of all, just really, had them on the edge of their seat for a match that built mostly on the mat was just really, really good to see. So yeah, that was his best match by far. Everything else was pretty much fine to good. Just kind of, he's a veteran hand. He showed up and he was good. Really, nothing else to say about him.
Do you think he has another title reign in him?
No.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't quite know why though, because he's still very good. He just
barely feels like he's in the company, and he barely feels like he's in the company.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
7th place, Dragon Dia, 3.19. It became kind of a meme among the quote-unquote Nujhaideen to make fun of this guy. I don't think he was that bad or anything, but I did think he was disappointing compared to when I liked him last year. So
yeah, when he was losing all the time, it became compelling.
And here he was just like a guy that won some and lost some, and it didn't really work for me.
Yeah.
I mean, he had one awesome match with Hiromu that I won 4 stars on, and then only one other match two matches at 3.5, and just he just didn't do a lot for me in this tournament. I just thought he was just totally fine a lot of the time, which I guess is reflected by his average. But I'm not ragging on the guy. I don't think he was awful or anything, but he just was kind of there.
I'm right there with you. And frankly, I have a very hard time remembering much of anything about his matches. But you know what is undisputably great about him? Theme song fucking rocks. I love that.
Dragon Dia!
It's so good.
Yeah. But yeah, I will say he did not make me want to rush out and pay the $7,000 they charge for Dragon Gate Network. That is for sure. Whereas Madoku Kikuta in the Champion Carnival did make me want to do that, but because he was really great in that tournament. But here, Dia was not. 8th place, Clark Connors, 3.11. Very, very, very stick heavy with the fucking tire. By the time we got to the fucking middle of the tournament, I was like, we get it, man.
Yep.
Vroom, vroom. All right. Jesus Christ, enough with the fucking tire. But he had one awesome match with Hiromu, again, which I keep saying Hiromu for every fucking person, but that was everyone's best match, practically. So, Clark and Hiromu, where they were in Hiromu's hometown in Hachiyoji, and Clark just worked total heel, and Hiromu was great as a babyface, so that was a 4-star match. And he had, I also went, his second best match was against Akira, which you touched on with Akira, seeing red. That was 3 3/4. So, 2 standout matches and a lot of nothing otherwise. So, which is why he's this far down.
I don't know how else to put this. I was disappointed to see Clark go back to shtick after he had largely left it behind when he became a war dog. And this is not anywhere near as bad as the Wild Rhino gimmick, I don't think. But it feels like it's time for him to really take charge of his place in the division, which I would assume would be pretty high up there. And it feels instead like he's stuck as a mid-carder who continues to pull out gimmicks to make himself stand out.
Yeah. I mean, the tire
thing...
It's
a real shame.
The tire thing's not even interesting.
It's
okay, it's a fucking tire. Who cares?
The most interesting thing about it is listening to Walker and Chris Charlton try to justify why there's a tire under the ring.
That was funny. Ninja Mac, 9th place, 2.89. I mean, look, what is there to say about this guy? He's a fucking meme. He exists to do flips. I mean, he's not a good wrestler. He's one of the only wrestlers in the block who peaked with a match not against Hiromu. He went 3.5 on his match with Fujita, and that was his best match. His only match at that rating, which should tell you a lot about why he's this far down. I just like, you've seen him, like he did his best spot in his first fucking match against Robbie X where, he did the fucking flips all the way up the aisle. It was cool. And he didn't have anything else to follow up with. I mean, what do you have to follow up with? More flips. So I don't know. Like, and his other big thing is his striking, and his striking's not even good. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I did not enjoy him.
There's not a lot of depth to his game, so to speak, right?
I feel bad when he sounded like such a nice guy on commentary. When
he does.
I feel bad burying the guy so bad, but I gotta call him like I see him. He wasn't very good.
I enjoyed him because I don't know. I enjoy flips. What can I say?
The flips are fine, but
they're fine. They're good flips. They often had him at the beginning of the show too to heat the crowd up, and that's a good place for him.
Yeah.
I will say I was annoyed at the beginning when his clip did go viral, and he started promoting, "Hey, I'm available with these dates in June," which really felt like looking past the tournament in a way that annoyed the heck
looking
out of
past
me.
the tournament. Hello, aren't you trying to win this and get a shot at the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title?
Don't you care about that at all?
That was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And I get, in real life, I get he needs to get his bookings. I get it, but like, it did feel kind of dumb.
To some degree, this is just the two of us being way too online and way too aware of shit that, like, to most people, they're not going to notice or care about.
Yeah. Last place in the A block, Yoshinobu Kanemaru, 2.67. Look, I am not usually a Kanemaru hater. I usually really like him, actually. He did not... If you wanted to talk about how people didn't care about trying parts of this tournament, this man... I'd be surprised if he wrestled longer than 10 minutes in any of his matches. He did nothing. I mean, he really was like, okay, I'm in House of Torture now. Now I can do absolutely nothing. And that was his whole tournament. Like, just spit the whiskey, hit the leg a few times. Just like, I don't, like, just nothing. Like, nothing. I mean, he never got above Gentleman's 3 for me. And he only hit that level 3 times. So, I mean, he was just, like, really not good at all in this tournament. So
He has a role, and he fills it, and he goes home.
He had one of the worst matches of the tournament against Akira, like two and a quarter.
That should actually be a good match, just because of how great a fiery babyface Akira is.
Yeah, they just didn't feel like trying that day or something. I don't know what it was. But Canterbury didn't feel like trying a lot of days. So, but there's your A block rankings. Let's do B block. So Desperado first place, and also just a teensy bit higher than Hiromu at 3.69. So the highest rated average of the entire tournament. Just, he had an outstanding tournament. I mean, everything he touched seemed to turn to gold. I mean, he just didn't. He actually had less 4-star plus matches than Hiromu did, but he had 3 different 3 3/4 too, which I guess brings up the average. And just he had the match with Mao that I really loved, that I went 4 1/4 on. That I know some people couldn't get past the goofiness of the early part of the match, but I don't really mind DDT style goofiness. I mean, I used to watch DDT all the time, and after what you encouraged me to watch, I might watch them all the time again. But it was which we'll get to at the very end of the show, I guess. But yeah, I mean, so I like the DDT style goofiness. I guess you could complain a little bit that, like, why are they jumping through plastic boxes together, because when they're out for 2 points. But also, look, it's El Desperado and Mao.
Yeah, they're deathmatch sickos.
These are not the geniuses of our time. Like, come on. Like, what do you like? But Desperado and Mao did something stupid. Now, how unrealistic! I'm like, come on.
I love Despy with all my heart. He is probably my favorite wrestler in New Japan right now. And in terms of performance, I don't think any of the juniors come close to even touching him right now. We talk about, like, who his next challengers are, who's putting up the best performances, but nobody comes close to Despy right now. He should hold the belt for, like, years.
he was really good. He was really good, really, really good, that's for sure. So 3.69 average, great first place. Second place, Mao, 3.47. So this is, again, between this and what I watched before, I got to watch DDT some more again, because, man, was Mao awesome here. I mean, peaked with the Despy match, but had plenty of other great stuff, too, with Kevin Knight and Taiji Ishimori. Even when he wasn't, like... His average is higher because he delivered with people that nobody else delivered with at all, like Show. He had, like, the most fun Show match by far in this tournament.
Yep.
So
Yep. They
you know,
vibed
he
very
had-
well together for sure.
yeah, he had a pretty fun match with Yo also, who didn't really do anything until the final, as you'll see when they're at the very bottom of the list. But yeah, I mean, that helped his average. But yeah, he was just good throughout the entire tournament. I mean, just never felt like even when he wasn't in a big spot, it never felt like he was taking a night off or anything. So
Yeah. Mao's strength to me is he is able to switch between comedy and very serious, very fast technical wrestling on a dime. And it works. It makes sense within the structure of the match. It's a little bit of DDT, like you were saying, in New Japan. And it's refreshing in the middle of all these other matches to have that switch up. I think it's kind of essential in tournaments to have a little more comedy in the middle of matches like this to break things up a bit. And he provided.
and when he wasn't doing the comedy, he was still great. So it's like, yeah. I mean, he's just a great wrestler. But yeah, that whole thing where he's like the most square wrestler, I thought that was entertaining. So maybe it got a little old towards the end, maybe after like 10 straight nights of it, but it's a tournament. I mean, that's going to happen. Doesn't mean it wasn't a good act to begin with. Tied for third, Teton and Nick Wayne at 3.39. Again, neither guy I thought were outstanding or anything up to which was 3.39 average. I mean, they both Teton's highlight match was against Desperado at 4 stars, and then he just had a bunch of like 3.5s for me. Just he was good throughout the whole tournament. Just never really felt like he hit some of the levels he hit in past years. Nick Wayne had again also his best match against Desperado at 4 stars. And a bunch of other 3.5 and 3.25 type stuff. Nick Wayne, he's very young. I get why the whole like Osprey Light gimmick was a little annoying to some New Japan regulars, but I thought he was totally fine this tournament. I just really had no complaints, and he didn't bother me at all, and I thought he was mostly good. When all these next few people are close together anyway, so it's like a lot of people who were just kind of good, but that's where I thought Nick Wayne was.
So what bothered me about Nick Wayne is nothing to do with his work, which was good, and not even necessarily to do with him being a AEW wrestler. It's more like I'm watching this guy, and I know I'm probably not going to see him in Best of the Super Juniors again. One of the reasons I love tournaments so much is this is where long-term rivalries and storylines are really built between wrestlers in singles matches and tournaments. So everything he does is kind of filler in a way, and that's maybe that's kind of a narrow viewpoint to have, but it's kind of how I feel at this point because I just can't be bothered to watch AEW in part. Other Japanese talent I'm pretty sure will show up again, like Mao, for instance. But him, like, I kind of viewed him as, I guess this is this year's Wheeler Yuta until Tony Khan finds some other wrestler he doesn't really have a use for in May and June.
Well, and maybe that actually was why I rated him a little like more highly than some people think he deserved. But like, I remember Wheeler Yuta, Best of Super Junior participant, and dear God, this was so much better than that.
Yes,
because Wheeler Yuta was fucking horrible. Oh my God. God bless the guy, but he was like just such a ball of nothing. Like at least Nick Wayne at least looked excited to be there. Okay,
yeah.
That counts for something. Like he looked like, he kept saying it was his dream to do a Best of Super Junior.
Yeah.
He looked like a guy who was, actually wanted to be doing a Best of Super Junior.
Wheeler Yuta looked like a guy.
Yeah, Wheeler Yuta looked like a guy who was in prison. Like, he looked like, why the fuck am I here? I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. And I'm just going to give the minimal amount of effort and do absolutely nothing. Because that's what it felt like watching him in that Best of Super Junior. So at least if Tony Khan's going to send over people, at least let's make it people actually want to fucking be there, And clearly Nick Wayne wanted to be there. So that was good.
Maybe he'll be back. And if he is, I bet I'll be a lot more into him the second time around.
Yeah. Fifth place, Taiji Ishimori, 3.36. Just a good veteran hand. I mean, not a ton to say about him either. Didn't peak super high. I mean, never hit 4 stars for me, but I had a great little match with Ryusuke Taguchi that I went 3 3/4 on. A great match with Mao I went 3 3/4 on. Didn't really hit many lows except a kind of really boring match with Sho. But yeah, just, Ishimori, he's good.
I mean, he's good. I also get tired of building every match around the shoulder and the bone lock.
That's fair.
He's like, I don't like to rag on the guy because when he's asked to step up, good God, does he ever step up? He always seems ready to go, but for tournament matches, he has a plan, and he is going to execute that plan every single time. And maybe there's something to be said about that, giving a little more consistency to some matches, a little more of a narrative thread you instantly catch on to. But at this point, after watching him for years, I wish he would switch it up. Has he considered how fragile the human knee is?
That's true. It is very fragile. But the sixth place, I thought you had more to say about Ishimori.
That was it.
Okay. Sixth place, Robbie Eagles, 3.31. Again, he just felt like a guy that never peaked as high as he could have. I mean, again, Desperado match, 3.3 3/4. That's kind of disappointing for a Desperado Robbie Eagles match. And that was his high mark. I mean, he had a lot of good, solid matches throughout the tournament, but he never hit that next level for me.
And funnily enough, he's normally
considering what we know he can do. I mean, just didn't work. Yeah, I don't know.
He's one of the best performers in most Best of the Super Junior tournaments. Frankly,
yeah.
A lot of people will have their best match against Robbie Eagles, and this year that didn't happen. Also, I kind of resent that he almost costed me the bet in the Super J-Cast Discord predictions because he underperformed so much. I don't know, Robbie, go back, try again. This was not it.
Seventh place, Kevin Knight, 3.22. Again, I feel bad ragging on the guy because he seems like a really nice guy in commentary. Actually, one of the best commentators, there was. But I don't know. He just never clicked with me in this tournament besides one great match with Mao that went, 3 3/4 on. But, I don't know, a lot of 3 and 3 1/4, a lot of, perfectly acceptable wrestling that just never got to the next level with me. I just, he's always a guy who, when he was in New Japan, his athleticism felt ahead of his wrestling, where he's very athletic, but he never seems like he puts it all together to be a great wrestler. I've heard the AEW fans have loved him since he got over there, so maybe that's where he's finally putting it all together, or maybe they just have lower standards than I do. Probably the latter. But
well, okay, maybe I have lower standards than you because I really enjoyed Kevin Knight this tournament. I can't place a finger on what about him has changed because what you described, I would also say would be a fair description of him in the last Best of the Super Junior. This year, I don't know how to put it other than I think he had a little more gravitas this time around. I'm kind of sad that this might be his last Best of the Super Junior if he really takes off in AEW, which it looks like he's primed to do. I mean, great for his career, but not great for me to be able to watch him.
Eighth place, Ryusuke Taguchi, a 3.08. Again, the Desperado match was great, and the Taiji Ishimori match was great. 3 3/4 on both of those. The Yo match, which actually was the worst match of the tournament, I forgot about that. Taguchi versus Yo, that only won 2 stars on. That dragged his average down. But yeah, just he was fine,
So unlike Kanemaru, Taguchi fills his role with enthusiasm.
There's a lot of ass comedy, which can hit or miss with me. So
Mao has seen Taguchi's full Twigs and Berries.
Ninth place, Yo, 3.06. I mean, barely below Taguchi. Again, he peaked with Desperado, which again, just like with Hiromu, we got the best match out of everybody in the tournament. But yeah, 3 3/4 for that one. But obviously, the average does not include the final. By the way, I should say that. So that would have brought his average up a lot, but only includes the block matches. But yeah, he was 3.06, exactly what he was all tournament. Gentleman's 3, so he was fine.
I don't know how to describe Mao during the tournament outside of the finals because I didn't think he was bad necessarily. Dry might be the best way to put it,
Yeah, dry's a good way to put it, yeah. 10th place, Show, 2.92. It's Show, everybody. I mean, what do you want me to say? He's
I
funny.
don't think bringing out a puppet is the best way to mix up your matches.
He makes funny faces. He got run over by a truck. That was his highlight.
Hell yeah. Loved that match with Mao.
There you go. So
DDT
Here's
should
your
book
best-
show more often.
yeah, they should actually. It would be great in DDT. But yeah, there's your Best of Super Junior wrap up. Yeah, don't miss Fujita Yo in the final, Hiromu Akira night 4, Kushida Fujita night 5, which we already talked about those. Hiromu Fujita night 3 in Korakuen, that's another awesome match, and Desperado Mao night 5. And those are the 5 best matches. They went 4.25, 4.5 on. So those would be the ones you absolutely have to see. Then I have like 5 more 4-star matches, and then like 10 3.75, and then a lot of 3.5 and below. So, not a tournament where I'd be like, you have to go out and watch it, but there's some good stuff. But like you were talking about earlier, kind of held back by the parody booking and the lack of an overarching story or overarching theme to either block. So
is separate from like star ratings that matches give. I think there's also just how does a tournament feel to watch, and this was one of the, again using this word, driest that I can remember.
Totally, and I feel like that ends up in the match ratings too, though, because if the tournament's not as dry, the matches will be will feel bigger, and that'll help the ratings. So. Okay, let's wrap up New Japan with a quick look at the Dominion card. That is coming up less than 2 weeks from now, on June 15th. So I mentioned it. I see a lot of people say they think this card is stacked. I don't know if I agree. I think if you had put Desperado and Fujita on this show, like I think a lot of people thought it would, I think it would feel pretty stacked for me. But as it is now, it feels like it's missing one more big match. The main event, Goto and Shingo, it's got a funnier build than an actual big build or anything to me, because the build about Goto being like, you don't have a wife or kids, and Shingo being like, well, I'm a proud Volcel. Like it's a funny build. But does that feel like?
To be clear, that's not quite what he said, but it's a fair interpretation.
That's basically what he said. Proudly voluntary celibate, Shingo Takagi. Like, sir, what are we doing here? But it's a funnier build than it is a good build for the fucking second biggest standalone show of the year. So I don't know, it just doesn't feel like a good build to me at all for that. We'll go to Shingo probably have a great match anyway. I'm sure they probably will. Mm-hmm. But it's not a match I feel super hyped for at this point. The same thing. Oh, sorry. We want to say something.
I'm fully confident as well that they're going to have a great match together. Do you think though that there's going to be an angle in this match? Is Shingo going to turn
kind of a
heel?
Big question, right?
Right?
I sort of think no. I think people are working themselves into a shoe with this one. I could be wrong. That feels like a bigger shakeup than New Japan does these days. I don't know. I don't see it happening.
So I think what makes me think they might go that direction is just because of how weird the faction situation is in New Japan right now, where they're almost like how Noah used to be, where half the roster is in Hontai, and there's a couple other factions beyond that who don't have a strong identity outside of the War Dogs and TM. Well, okay, that's a lie. All 3 other factions that I can think of off the top of my head have strong identities, but they're still plenty small, and it feels like there's plenty of room for the ex-LIJ guys and some of the Hontai guys to form a heel-leaning faction and maybe even another faction that's more face-leaning.
So yeah, maybe you're right. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know. Like, expecting New Japan to do a big faction shakeup to me always feels.
Yeah, you're right.
It never goes anywhere. If I'm gonna guess, I bet Shingo, Tsuji, and Hiromu just fucking form a new LIJ. That would be my guess right now. I mean, they've been teaming up together on the fucking tour. So I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm being too pessimistic, but that's just my read on it.
The other thing, Shingo is very compelling when he's a bully. And I think if he was the leader of a heel faction, that would be a fantastic role for him.
The semi-main event was the IWGP Global title. Another one where I feel like the match will probably be great. I mean, it's Tsuji versus Kid from February is my current match of the year. 5 stars on it. Thought it was amazing. I'm not excited for this match, though, because how could you be that excited when Gabe Kidd has spent the last month being Jon Moxley's bag boy? I mean, that's the fucking build for this. Is Gabe Kidd in AEW fucking teaming with the Death Riders, not even getting on the Double or Nothing match card and being like a weird run-in just to set up, all that was just just set up a run-in in the fucking on the Anarchy in the Arena match. I don't know. It doesn't feel like that's a big deal. And Shuji, the way he's been talking about it, feels oddly restrained, which almost makes you wonder. Like, usually Shuji is such like a pew-pew shooter. You'd expect him to lay into Gabe Kidd for going to AEW, and he's been doing all the, Oriwa Shin Nihon Desh shit all year long. And he fucking, like, totally laid off him. And it's like, he went very light with it. And it makes you wonder if, like, did it come down from the office that, like, Tony Khan and Rocky Romero don't want people making fun of this Gabe Kidd run because they know that there's been a lot of backlash for it online. Not even just among, us Mujahideen Western nerds. The fucking Japanese fans online have been furious about this. I mean, they've been pointing out on Twitter, Gabe Kidd. I saw lots of tweets that are like, I thought Gabe Kidd said he was New Japan. I thought he said he was representing us. Was that all a lie? Like, there's been a lot of tweets like that. It's hard to know based on how much of that is just like internet fans talking versus what the reaction will be in person. But like,
well,
the reaction is online. I mean, the reaction is there. It's not something I know. Some people who are AEW fans especially think that the New Japan fans will make up the Japanese fan reaction. I'm not making this up. You can go online and find it. It's very easy to find if you don't believe me. Just fucking search for Gabe Kidd's name in katakana and you'll fucking find it. So like, there is plenty of reaction out there on Twitter that's pissed off that Gabe did this AEW run after he has spent all year long saying he's going to be Mr. New Japan. And the fact that he was involved in this big storyline with Moxley and the main heel unit in AEW, like I think everybody can understand Gabe Kidd going to AEW during his an off month when he's not going to be booked in anything but undercard tags in Best of Super Junior if he was in Japan. Everybody understands that. But there was a way to do that without causing this level of backlash in Japan or the West, because they had him in AEW earlier this year, do a few dates and do matches on TV, and it didn't cause anywhere near this level of backlash. And that's because he just showed up and felt like an outsider and did some matches and cut promos about how much he thinks AEW sucks and fucking left. And it did not overshadow his entire New Japan character. Here, he's fucking teaming with a unit whose stated goal is to save AEW. No matter what you want to say they're actually doing, like all their heels, and that's just what they're saying. The stated goal of the fucking Death Riders is to save the company. And not only that, but he's teaming with the fucking Young Bucks, who are the founders of the company, who are the fucking EVPs of the company. And, there's nothing more AEW than the Young Bucks. So...
And he was just feuding with the Young Bucks at Resurgence.
True too. Yes, I mean, that's obviously very true too. So it doesn't make any sense from that standpoint either. But it makes Gabe look like an AEW guy. So there was a way to do this, to have him do these bookings and make a little money and wrestle in AEW without sending up a giant red flag that says this guy's leaving for AEW, like the way they did it. And this is the way they did it. So they booked this stupidly. New Japan let them book it stupidly. And now, if there is a real backlash, which I'm not saying there will be, there's no way to know if he's actually going to get booed at Dominion. It's just right now it's just some online fans talking. Mm-hmm. But if there is a real backlash, he does get booed after he was the most over face of the company, basically, leading up to this. They have no one to blame but themselves for letting AEW do this fucking angle. So,
how much of the muted reaction from Tsuji and other people within the company is because of what happened with Chris Charlton?
That's a great question too.
Like, it's not so much that I'm not suggesting that there's a directive to never say anything bad about AEW as a New Japan wrestler, but I feel like the way, with what happened in January, with what went down with Chris, I wonder if it has a chilling effect on people being able to feel comfortable doing that kind of worked shoot that Gabe had been doing up until this point. And that may include Gabe himself.
Yeah, Gabe still did a little bit of like, oh, I don't like AEW, fuck these AEW boys, but like he definitely toned it down too.
Yeah, and that may have been like a contingency for him being able to get paid and do work in AEW is stop making your gimmick how much you hate AEW.
Yeah. So I don't know. Just the whole thing just felt like it's totally ruined this build up for me. And a match I should be super excited for, I'm not that excited for.
Mm-hmm.
The other matches I feel like we can go through fast because we're going pretty long here. Dog collar chain death match, Finley and Evil. I mean, I like both guys, but this feels like a weird extension of a feud that pretty much ended.
Yeah, and it was built weird too, because while I liked the cage match, one thing that bothered me about how it ended was Evil never bothered to go for the save to break up the pinfall because he was too busy putting a collar on David Finlay. Come on, man. He's trying to win a match.
Well, look, maybe he really wanted to lose the Bullet Club name in particular. After he was like, "Yeah, fuck the goddamn Bullet Club."
Honestly, I would like him more if that's true. And I love the guy already.
Bolt and Ole challenging Konosuke Takeshi for the Never title. Again, this will probably be awesome, but again, there's no build for it at all because Takeshi's never around. So,
yep.
It doesn't feel like a hot match at all. The match I'm most looking forward to, probably, Taichi and Tomohiro Ishii challenging Callum Newman and Great O'Connor for the IWGP Tag Team titles.
Yeah, because they're able to build it in the house shows. Yeah, exactly.
We got an actual build for this. Taichi and Ishii feel like the hottest team in fucking wrestling.
Absolutely.
Callum and Ocon have been great together. I mean, Callum has been totally turned things around for me off of where I was before Dontaku. So
I'm really invested in Callum maintaining his momentum, which is not something I would have thought I'd say in the build during Dotaku. And he turned it around. It's incredible.
But at the same time, it's bad that the match I'm most excited for is a match 5 tag title match. So,
where is it on the card? Is it like fifth?
Yeah, it's like fifth from the top. Yeah.
Yeesh.
Match 4, the junior tag titles, Yo and Master Wato defending against Kanemaru and Sho.
Sure.
Why not?
A good test to see maybe Yo has turned a corner here and will be bigger Yo fans. Why do I not think that's the case? Why do I sound skeptical?
Match 3, Tanahashi against Yuya Uemura. I mean, Tanahashi's been on a good run with these retirement tour matches, so this could be really good. So, I mean, no complaints there. And then we kind of just have some matches. Well, match 2 is only one that's actually completely pointless. Shota Ubito and El Phantasmo against Zack Sabre Jr. and Ryohei Oiwa. What is this match building? I don't know.
They're challenging for the tag titles after this.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
Which team?
It'll be Ishii and Taichi's first defense.
No. I mean, who's gonna win and challenge the tag titles?
Oh, sorry. Shota and El Phantasmo.
Oh, okay.
But either one, whoever wins, I think will come out.
But yeah, I mean, this match just feels like, I don't know. Here's some guys.
Yep.
Some guys with no direction at all facing off. I mean, Oiwa, they've done nothing with besides have lose a million title shots. Zach went to a draw with Goto and feels like he's just a guy now. ELP, whatever, and Shota Ubino.
I don't know if that's fair to Zach, to be honest. Well, okay, the match, as far as I heard, was terrible, but I was asleep at that point, so, and I've never bothered to go back to watch it. But I don't know. Zach is still really good in all of the tag matches he's been featured in. I'm looking forward to him in the G1. I might be the last Zach defender left, which is a weird feeling because I think he's still really good.
Yeah, I don't know, and it's just, I mean, I don't hate Zach or anything. He just feels very lost in the shuffle right now to me, but we'll see, I guess. Umino, I mean, what is there to say about Umino at this point?
Not much.
Never even considered him for my 30.
I think he needs to just grind in the mid card for a few years. Make us want to see him back at the top of the card. And I think he can do it. He clearly has heart. He clearly can get a crowd into a match when it doesn't feel like he's placed there by the hand of the booker.
Yeah. I don't know.
I predict, you know what? I'll give a daring prediction. He will be in your top 5 for the G1. He's not going to finish in a competitive position. Like, he's not going to the finals or anything. but I think he will overperform your expectations.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, he's like Exhibit A on like guys who don't have Japanese men don't have fire, but
Yep.
I guess we'll see.
No,
Opening 8-man tag, the War Dogs against House of Torture again. Jordan Maloney, Hart Connors, Chase Owens, and Taiji Ishimori against Sanada, Red Narita, Yujiro Takahashi, and the dreaded X. Hopefully what happens here, what I want to see, and this is not my scenario, this is something I'm stealing from an app whose name I don't want to say again. I want to see Chase Owens immediately turn on the War Dogs because it was Sanada that invited him into the fucking unit in the first place. He's the X, so it's 4-on-3, and then Jake motherfucking Lee runs out and makes the save for the War Dogs. I would pop so hard for that. So that's what I'm hoping happens.
That is a really good scenario. The one the Super J-Cast Discord cooked up, though, I like even more.
Mr. DJ?
Deep House Carl Fredericks.
The house needs a DJ.
I think he smashes vinyl records over people's heads.
I think that was my suggestion, actually. In the Discord, actually. The vinyl record weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah, Deep House, Carl Fredericks. Yeah, those are both two good scenarios. So now watch it be fucking Yo! Or some bullshit. No, you have to vacate the junior tag titles, though, so that wouldn't make sense. Who would be like really bad? Oh, Hiromu. Hiromu's out in this card, everybody. So House of Takahashi coming soon.
No, that's not happening. I'm not entertaining it.
The kickoff match is Sho Makoto and Katsuya Morishima against Masutori Yasuda and Daiki Nagai. Young Lions, everybody. They're going to wrestle. So look out. All right. we got to get to Mario Gold because we're like 3 hours into the show. And I want to do DDT too. So let's briefly.
Hell yeah. 5-star runtime. Let's go.
Marigold, Shine Forever, a glorious celebration. May 24th, 2025. Now, you came to me and you were like, John, I want to talk about Marigold and I want to talk about DDT.
Yep.
And I'm like, you know what? These are two promotions that I have an active subscription to a service that lets me watch them. And I always mean to watch them and I never fucking watch them. So, like, first of all, what the fuck is wrong with me? But you gave me the kick in the ass to watch these two promotions that I needed. I've seen Marigold before. It's not like I've never seen them. But it had been a while. I will be honest. It's been like the only thing I'd seen before this full show. This is definitely the first full show of theirs I've watched in a million years, and probably maybe since the first show. I don't even know. And the most recent match of theirs I saw was Mayu Iwatani versus Inai Takahashi, which was great. I mean, 4 1/4, outstanding match. Not quite match of the year level for me, like it was for some people. But I'm relieved
to hear that you really enjoyed this because I was worried. When I said that, I meant, I just want to talk briefly about Marigold and DDT. Just put that on the run sheet. I didn't mean to give you homework, but I'm glad it was enjoyable homework.
Yeah, I basically, so I sat there Sunday into Monday and just like watched all this stuff. And I was like, wow, I'm glad my guests like kicked me in the butt to get me to do this because this was really enjoyable. But yeah, so this show, it drew 2,450 at your Yogi. A good house, not a Poi and Saori house, has to be said. Not a Poi and Saori house. But I think it might have been sold out, actually. That might be a sellout in Yoyogi. I can't remember. So I shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, this show, so basically one of the things I wanted to know going in was like, obviously, Marigold has this roster that's very young. They have a lot of young wrestlers. Some of them have apparently made progress and some of them haven't. So I was curious to know going in who would stand out to me and who wouldn't. So that's kind of the theme of my review here. So let's start with the opener. My fucking God. This fucking match.
Yes.
Mai Sakurai against Shino. So Shino is making her in-ring debut in here. She's the daughter of a former Joshi wrestler, Michiko Omakase, who was active from 1992 to 2007. She won the Arson or Arcean. I can never remember. Either way, doesn't matter. It's a promotion, everybody.
Arcean, I think, is what you're looking
thank
for.
You. Weren't they also called A to Z at one point, too? Or
I thought that was a separate incarnation of it, but
okay.
I don't know.
Well, she was the queen of Arcean, so that was like her big career peak in the 2000s. So she was like a top world champion. And she was on commentary. She was very emotional about this match. Shino, again, speaking of people who never fought, who show fucking fire. Shino showed more fire in this fucking match than like half of wrestling have in their entire careers.
Yep.
I mean,
Fire, again, she was proactive. She was an active participant in the match, and sometimes rookies can just feel so passive that it can get frustrating to try and figure out if this wrestler is any good or not. And here, she just had such a clear idea of what she was going to do and how she was going to assert herself against Mai Sakurai, who's no slouch either. So
yeah, Mai Sakurai again. She's not that young. I mean, she's 34, but she's only been wrestling since 2020.
Yep,
and she looked good here. I thought. I mean,
she's
I
been
about her.
Yeah. Well, yeah, as we go through these matches, I can give you my thoughts on watching some of these wrestlers over the year of Marigold so far. And Mai Sakurai has been really good, but one of the key problems of Marigold I don't see brought up a lot is how bad the booking is, especially of the belts.
It is a Rossy Ogawa promotion. So.
It is a Rossy Ogawa promotion. He gives the foreigners who come through for a tour a belt of defense. For Mai Sakurai, she had defenses against another wrestler who showed up later that we might talk about. I forget her name exactly. Arina? Something, the really thin one.
Arina Yamanaka.
Yeah, in a match that it didn't really look like she belonged. Chan Yoda, really good title belt match. But there was...
we should mention just to go talk about what belt she had. So
yeah.
They basically copied, for people who don't know, because it's the first time I'm ever talking about Marigold, so I'm sure lots of other people listening aren't huge on Marigold. So it's a promotion that formed a year ago when Rossy Ogawa left Stardom with like some members of the roster, and they also some students from the dojo.
Yep.
And he rated, like you talked about earlier, he rated Actwres Girlz.
Okay, so I don't think rated is the right term because I forgot to mention this. Actwres Girlz doesn't pay their wrestlers. So if you want to wrestle like actually professionally, like the wrestlers I think depend on like handshake and merch sales for making money. Whereas and they have like handshake contracts as well instead of formal contracts.
Right, so rated is not the right term. He opened up to them. I guess it's a better term.
Yeah, like or Fuka, who is a friend of his, saw an opportunity and grabbed some of the best wrestlers there at the moment and brought them with her. I don't really love defending Rossy Ogawa for what it's worth. You got to be accurate.
But no, that one's fair. That one's very fair. But yeah, so they have a similar setup to Stardom, which of course they took from All Japan Women's back in the day, where they have a red belt and a white belt. So these two top titles. The red belt in this case is called the Marigold World Title, and the white belt is called the Marigold United National Title. So it's like the World of Stardom title and the Wonder of Stardom title. They're not as far apart, basically, as the World and the secondary title is in other promotions. Is that fair to say?
I mean, the white belt is still clearly the secondary belt.
Right. But I feel like it headlines shows and stuff more than it does.
Oh yes, it will headline smaller shows for sure.
Yeah. So I feel like there's a gap there, but it's not like there's other promotions where the gap is bigger. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It feels like like people talk about winning the white belt as a big accomplishment. Maybe
yes.
So in Stardom, just like they did in All Japan Women, and just like I assume they do in Marigold. But yeah, so the United...
It helps that they had a great first champion in Miku Ano. So it was very meaningful when Mai won the belt from her.
Yeah. They also have a tag title, the Marigold Twin Star titles, and they have the Superfly title, which is basically his version of the
high speed
title. But it's just the only thing is it's a 15-minute time limit. They don't have any of the weird rules that the high speed title has now in Stardom.
It doesn't, but it used to have a shoot weight weigh-in as part of it. You had to be under, I think, 100 kilograms. I'm not sure if that's right. And they did in social media, like actually weigh the wrestlers the day before the match, like it was a boxing match. They don't do that anymore. It is a very small division for. There's too many belts in this company.
Yeah, it's not a big company yet, so. But yeah, so those are your titles. So Mai Sakurai is the white belt champion, the United National champion. And yeah, she beat Shino here. And again, cannot put over Shino strong enough. I mean, the match, I thought if I was going to pick any flaws with it, which again, for a debut match, is pretty stupid to do. But anyway, maybe I would say it petered out a little toward the end. but that visual of Shino with that bloody nose and everything was so great.
Mhm.
It's a 3 3/4 star match, which like I cannot remember the last time I would go that high on someone's debut match. So like Shino was better than lots of wrestlers who have been wrestling their whole lives. So like, I mean, she was so good here. Um, it's tough to say off of one match that they have a future star, but if you can say it off of one match, they have a future star. I mean, she was so good.
She's also only going to be a part-timer because she's 16.
She's 16, by the way. Yeah, we didn't even mention that.
Yeah, and she
but,
will
but there's
only
plenty
be
of time for her to develop.
Yep, plenty of time. She will only be on shows though when they come into her area, basically on their tours.
Yeah, they said the South. I wasn't even sure what they meant in that context. I should mention the English commentary, by the way, was it was my pal Sonny who blocked me from both Stardom accounts, and for reasons I still do not know. And
Stuart Fulton.
Stuart Fulton, yeah, from Noah. So which by the way, I don't. There's no way Stuart's still listening to this if he even listens to the show. But I want to mention, I was playing at my NRA Boston panel. I was playing the clip of Ozawa and Kaito Kiyomiya from the January show, and Stuart's line about Ozawa hitting Kaito right in the takoyakis when he gave him a low blow. That line fucking killed. I've never had a bigger laugh in one of my panels, and I've played so many fucking like DDT clips and shit. Everyone loved that line. So shout out to Stuart because that kick in the takoyakis line, yeah, killed the entire room. Everybody was cracking up. But yeah, Stuart is great. I mean, Stuart is like a great commentator for Noah. I thought he was great here. Sonny, I mean, as much as I want to say he wasn't good because he's a weirdo who blocked me from 2 Stardom accounts for no reason, I thought he was good. I thought he had a lot of context, and I thought he, I thought he was a good color commentator. And he laid out too a lot, which I like when commentators do that because, like, too many commentators talk way too much, and he was willing to lay out. So.
He is. I do think Stewart sometimes expects him to pick up the commentary, and you can tell that Sonny just doesn't have anything to say at the moment, so there's an awkward silence. And that happened that just happens a lot in English commentary for Marigold right now. I think they need a third mic. They need someone else who can banter with Stuart Fulton and let Sonny kind of fill in the lore, so to speak. Give us the backstage details, that kind of thing.
See,
I guess what he mostly provides value with, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe I just, for what I want to watch when I'm watching the show, I don't feel like I need more commentary. Maybe it's the best way to put it.
Yes, constant commentary can also be its own problem for sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with like the quiet and like I think Stewart is a great play-by-play guy, and I think Sonny adds value even if he like isn't very talkative, like you're saying. And the way he does like just lay out to me. I actually kind of like. But like you're saying, it does lead to these moments where you can look at the other way where, like, clearly Stewart expects him to say something and Sonny just doesn't say anything. So
yeah,
you know what, Sonny, you do suck. How dare you block me?
It feels like the comments. Sometimes great commentary can really add to the drama. I feel like that rarely happens in Marigold, and it's just a matter of the two of them don't quite have the chemistry to get there just yet.
But yeah, great opening match. Obviously, I mean, tough to have a better debut match than that. Also, she did she did a Uranage that I guess was her mother's move. Shino, I'm talking about, of course. And she did like one of the coolest looking Uranages I've ever seen. So like clearly she studied that move from her mom a lot. So, and she did a Kamigoe. They said was taught to her by Kota Ibushi. So
that's crazy. Cool. I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I also feel like Kota Ibushi kind of teaches the Kamigoye to just about anybody who will ask at this point. Because what else is he going to do with his time?
That is true. Okay, match 2, Darkness Revolution, which is their heel unit. Chiaki, Megaton, Misa Matsui, and Nagisa Noziaki defeated Chan Yota, Arina Yamanaka, Nagisa Tachibana, and Ryoko Sakimura in 9:27. This was the worst match on the show by far, I thought. I mean, the people who listen to me know I rarely go under 2 stars, and I was at 1.5 stars on this. I thought this was pretty fucking bad. I mean, nowadays in wrestling, you just don't see that many matches this bad in major league promotions, and there were people out of position. There was one moment where someone just completely froze up. I mean, just really bad. There's a nice little double stomp from Misa to end it, and that was cool. And some of these wrestlers have a decent look. Misa Matsui has a cool little look with her little pink hair and the little hat, and Nagisa, you can see what they're going for with her too. Where I don't think she's actually a roster member, right? I think she's a freelancer.
Nagisa Tachibana? No, she's a roster member.
Nagisa Nozaki.
Oh, she's practically a roster member. She's at every show more or less. So,
but yeah,
she has a number. They give numbers for their T-shirts. So
yeah. So you're probably right, I guess then. But yeah, I guess Cage Match is just still has her listed as a freelancer. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. You can see what they're going for with the heel unit, but it feels so like a Widow Tai light. And
they haven't done a good job giving them a babyface team to consistently face up against and build good matches and feuds with.
There's no other units in this company, right?
Yep, that's the only unit so far. One of the details here.
It's such a dumb name too, Darkness Revolution.
It's really cringe. One detail here that you wouldn't pick up on is that Misa Matsui basically betrayed a lot of the other wrestlers who came over from Actwres Girlz in the process of joining Darkness Revolution. Had a big heel turn as part of it. I think she's really good. I don't think it's a bad move for her in the abstract, but they've never followed up on it, really.
Chiaki came from Actwres Girlz too, though, didn't she?
She did, yes.
Yeah. So how did she end up in this group?
She was basically the founder of it. Like, I don't think Chiaki's very good, but credit to her. She knows exactly what she wants to do in wrestling, which is hit people with a fucking chair.
Yeah. She has charisma. Like, you can see it with her.
Does.
She looks kind of similar to, God, I can never remember Anarchy Girl's name. You must know what I'm talking about. The one that like, Anarchy.
Oh! I mean, I still think of her as Anarchy.
Ryu Mizunami.
There we go.
Yeah.
She's Anarchy to me.
But she looks a little similar to her to me, like facially and like maybe just her build. But
she does have a very boyish look. Yes.
Yeah. So and you can kind of see the charisma, but yeah, I mean, didn't do much for me in the ring, that is for sure. But yeah, nobody in this match did. So
no, nobody looks good in this.
I mean, is there anybody here?
And Ryoko Sakamura are two of the rookies who have not. You basically got to experience what watching Marigold house show undercards are like.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask. That's what I was about to ask you. Is like, did anybody in this match matches have a bad night and usually is better?
I'd say Chan Yoda is normally better, but I guess that depends who she's tagging with. She did have a great title match against Mai Sakurai. And I think Nagisa Nozaki, she's not a high work rate wrestler, but she's pretty good. Also had an okay title match against Mai Sakurai. She's, how do I describe her? Because you've probably seen her as a freelancer before, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I would describe her as like somewhat trolly, but she's got a small moveset that she does really, really well, and she's pretty polished at this point.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, nobody in this match stood out.
No.
Match number 3, again, another match that really wasn't that great, but this is like the last one of the card, thankfully, was Kizuna Tanaka and Koki Amarai. It's Amare, I guess.
Amare, yeah, I think so.
Koki Amare defeating Chika Goto and Minami Yuki in 8:58. Kind of just a match. Really not much to it. Like a 2.5 star average match. Definitely better than the last match, but unfortunately. So I was asking on the Discord about this because Koki has a really good look.
Yep.
I mean, really unique. She stands out. I mean, she's tall, and we know how much Rossy Ogawa loves his tall ladies. And so I'm not really surprised he's given her a bit of a push. But yeah, she's 5'7". Mm-hmm. She, very tall for a Joshi wrestler. She has like this really, like the hairstyle and everything, and she just has a really striking look.
Yep.
Where he looks like a star.
Yep.
The wrestling, from what I've heard, even just talking to people who watch more Marigold than I do, isn't quite there yet. And someone mentioned she spams the big boot so much that's how she tore ACL probably, which, kind
see
of
it.
makes sense. Even just in this match because she was spamming the big boot over and over again, and she unfortunately didn't get. Someone else mentioned she didn't get enough air on her splash because as much air as she used to on that splash she finished the match with, and unfortunately she almost killed poor Minami Yuki with like her spinning splash as a result. Like she hit her right in the side of the head with her knee.
Yeah,
So,
it's rough to see.
but yeah, I mean, she's one of these wrestlers who looks like a star, and you want to assume that if she could ever get it together in the ring, she could be a huge star. But it's not there yet. Just especially from this match, it definitely wasn't there yet. And from what other people have told me, that's not unusual. I mean, she's not there yet, despite being at this point the GHC Women's Champion. Although she did end up losing it a few nights later to Takumi Aroha.
Yep, that's pretty much the book on Koki right now. I keep hoping she's going to improve, and it just feels like the injury was a massive setback because she needs ring time very badly.
Yeah, I mean she's already 28. I mean that's not that young, especially in Joshi, and she's been wrestling since 2022. I mean, so it's not like she's not like a veteran or anything, but she's not like a total rookie either. So, but yeah, I mean, hopefully she gets together at some point because again, the look is amazing. And we'll have to see. I mean, they're supposed to finally be getting a real dojo at some point, apparently, which they haven't had a real like permanent dojo space all this time. So maybe that will help some of these wrestlers develop a little more. I don't know.
Hopefully.
But,
also,
Mayu Watani being there could also help.
I don't think of Mayu Iwatani as someone who does a lot of training. Did she do that in Stardom?
No, I just meant like. Well, I mean, when she got signed, she said she wanted to help the rookies. So I assume I assume that's something she's going to try.
Well, she definitely has injected some much needed energy into the promotion and also just the interest people have.
But thankfully, we can stop being negative now because the rest of the show is pretty damn good. So next up, the 10-man tag team elimination match. Team Marigold, Hummingbird, Komomo Minami, Nayo Ishikawa, Natsumi Shozuki, and Rhea Seto defeated Team Marvelous, Ai Hozan, Maria, Riko Kawahata, Senka Akutsuki, and Sora Ayame. I totally messed up Senka's name there. I'm sorry. 1926 is the time there. But yeah, this was pretty fun. I mean, 3 1/4. It's not like I loved it or anything, but a lot better than the last 2 matches. And they worked in that interpromotional heat really well with the Marvelous wrestlers against the Marigold wrestlers.
Crowd was really into it.
Maria and Rico just won the Twin Star titles from they took the tag belts away from Marigold and they took them from the Nai who was trying to retire with them. So that felt like that added to the heat a little bit too. And then like Rico, I should say, was pulling out the feathers of Hummingbird's mask at one point, which I thought was a really, really funny spot.
Yep.
But yeah, where the stuff leading up to the last elimination felt a little goofy to me. Like this big, giant, like goofy 4-person simultaneous elimination spot that was kind of stupid.
It was obvious Rico and Maria were supposed to jump off earlier, and they realized, oh crap, we have to very obviously jump off of the ledge here to eliminate ourselves.
Yeah. But then that left us with Ai Hozan on the Marvelous team and Rhea Seto on the Marigold team, and the match picked up a lot when it was down to those two. And I thought Rhea Seto looked quite good here. So, she's another one of the younger wrestlers in Marigold, and, she's 24. She's only been wrestling since 2023, and she impressed me here. I thought she looked good. Again, looking for people that I haven't seen in a while that to show improvement. I did think she looked quite good here. So
debuted in Sendai Girls.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? That she made the jump.
And it asked to transfer to Marigold, which is interesting.
What I would mention too is maybe that's why she's better than some of the other wrestlers. She got the training from the Sendai Girls training. What I was gonna say is that when I did ask again the Marigold Discord channel, like is Rhea Seto, was this a good night for her? Has she looked better in general? And they did say she looked better in general lately. So
I would say though she's definitely improved noticeably. And I think part of it is she figured out a really good niche for her as a submission wrestler, which they don't really have in Marigold. And because she has such an expressive face, when she is screaming at the other wrestler to submit when she has them in some wacky hold, it's really dramatic. I really like Rhea Seto. I expect great things from her.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things working against her is she's, only 157 centimeters and a Rossi Ogawa book promotion. But hopefully she can overcome that the way like Momo Watanabe did back in Stardom at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But although then she didn't get pushed after that, so I guess maybe that's not the best example. But that was the first one I thought of because she's also the exact same height, and she did get a long long white belt reign, I guess.
Yeah,
so.
Used to hold the record.
Yeah. Takumi Oroha defeating Saori Yamaoka is next. Another Marvelous versus Marigold match. They packed a lot into only 12 minutes and 14 seconds here. I mean, Takumi was Saori is only 18 years old. Another one of the Marigold rookies. She's been wrestling since the promotion started, basically. Or no, not since the promotion started. Only since what? She only wrestled one match in 2024. Oh, she's really new. I'm sorry. So here's where
Saori Yamaoka is you're about to
find
out how fresh she is.
So yeah, she should because I saw in Cage Match that she wrestled in 2024 for Marigold, and I thought that meant she was there since the start. But
no, so that's like a technicality because that was Julia's retirement match, and she made a huge impression on people then too because she did this really cool tackle to Julia.
So there you go. This is why it's good to have you on here who's watched more Marigold than I have. But yeah, it seems like he made her formal debut on the January 3rd show at the start of this year, which that makes what she fucking did here even more impressive. So I'm glad I now learned that because
they tapped her before her debut as a super rookie.
Yeah. I mean, I get why. I mean, again, she has some of the height that Rossi loves. You know, she's 5'4", like 162 centimeters, which if it sounds like I'm harping on that a lot, again, for people who don't know, Rossi Ogawa is a size queen. So, I mean, like that.
Could we use another word for that? I don't know. I don't like the mental image that generates.
I wasn't even thinking about it, really, but that is true.
Happy birthday, everybody!
But yeah, so Rossi Ogawa likes his tall women. How about that? That's a better way to put it. But yeah, so she has some of that, like, and like 5'4" is also kind of like the perfect Joshi main character height, I feel like, you know? Because you're like tall enough to stand out, but you're not like so tall that like being tall is your thing. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does.
So I feel like once you get to 5'6", especially, like, which doesn't sound that tall in real life, but like in Joshi, that's like Saya Kamitani's 5'6", he looks like a fucking giant in there half the time. So, you know. But yeah, anyway. So Takumi Oroha, Saori Yamaoka. The fact that I now know Saori's only been wrestling since January makes this match even more insane because she fucking took a beating here, but she came back and so at one point she grabbed Takumi's leg out of a kick and transitioned beautifully right into this ankle lock, and then then Takumi makes the ropes and Saori doesn't miss a beat and hits this like super hard drop kick right to Takumi's leg that looked like it killed her. Just great stuff. 3 3/4 this match. This match rocked. It was mostly Takumi killing her, but every time Saori got a chance to show what she could do, she looked great here. And again, if this is like Marigold has some people here, like that's the big thing to me to take away here, you know. And they talked about on commentary. Apparently, her and Shino are becoming friends already, which makes sense. I guess they're very similar ages, and you know that those two could take this company in the future. I mean, that is a strong building block to have those two at 16 and 18 years old.
Yeah. So out is wrestlers with judo backgrounds. In are wrestlers with freestyle wrestling backgrounds. I love the unique flavor that Saori brings to Marigold as well. She just has it's not just the technique, she also has some aggression to it that's really satisfying. And you haven't seen her get a win yet, but she often does with this very convincing shoot pin style where she gets the wrestlers on...
Oh, just like Senka?
No, not quite like Senka, where Senka lies flat on top of them, though she does that too, where she tries to get multiple pinfall attempts as they fail and forces the other wrestler back down. No, it's more like a crucifix pin, but she kind of rolls to the side to lock it in. It's pretty cool to see. And she's very fluid.
That does sound awesome. So yeah, I mean, Saori, I mean, again, there are some really good young. I feel like that's been the theme of this episode. Is there are some great young Joshi wrestlers, because we mentioned Senka before. I mean, she looks amazing. I think that's one that like the I guess you would even call it deep Joshi people have been buzzing about for months now. And every time I see her, I'm just like, okay, I totally get it, because she looks amazing. I mean, she's so good.
We didn't mention her earlier, but Kazuna Tanaka, I think, looks extremely good, especially for her age. She's the daughter of Minoru Tanaka, which also helps. And I think if she sticks around, she would also be an easy top of the card with Saori and Shino and another wrestler we're going to talk about here in a minute.
So the next match, I'm interested to hear what you think about this one, because I seem to be the low one based on the cage match rating here.
I didn't love this either.
Okay, so Marigold Superfly title. I mean, it wasn't bad or anything. I went 3.25, but like they have it at almost 4 stars. Mayu Iwatani defeats Victoria Yuzuki in 9:58 to win the belt. So first of all, Mayu going for the Superfly title felt so weird to me. I mean,
it is, but also Victoria Yuzuki is basically her protege.
That's true. I guess that might be. They did point that out too.
And Victoria Yuzuki is also a gigantic Mayu Iwatani fan, so I bet it meant a lot to her to have a title match.
The story they tried to tell, I guess, is that she was like she's trying to go for the Grand Slam. Although even that, the way they explained it, I was left thinking, is that really what they meant here by this? Because they said the Grand Slam would be, I thought when they said she wants to go for the Grand Slam, I thought they meant the red belt, the white belt, the Superfly, and the tag titles.
Mm-hmm.
But they said they meant the red belt, the white belt, the Superfly, and the GHC women's title. Oh. I was like, how would the GHC women's title be in the fucking Grand Slam? It's a Noah belt.
Nobody but Marigold went. Well, okay, that's not true. I was about to say nobody but Marigold wrestlers were challenging for it, but that was only the case for the first defense. And then,
Takumi Iroha just won it.
So that's not even true. I guess it's in the, how do you put it?
It's in the fucking universe, but so it's fucking Tokyo Joshi. So why do you say the Princess and Princess titles at the Grand Slam then?
Yeah, that's a good point. Or why aren't Tokyo Joshi wrestlers challenging for the GHC women's?
It's very, so I don't know. I don't like that. Like, if she wants to go to the Grand Slam, that could be a cool story, but it should be the red belt, the white belt, the Superfly, and the tag titles. Like, that should be your Grand Slam.
Well, the part about trying to tell that story I do like, though, is Victoria Yuzuki said from the beginning she wants to be the future of the promotion. She wants to be the ace. And she took the number 1 as kind of her laying down her chips to say, this is going to be what I do as part of this company. And so she wants the Grand Slam, and then Mayu comes in, and now it's a race is on, because Victoria was ahead of her, getting to start with the Superfly title, and a lot of other wrestlers, to be fair, were ahead of her. But I like that they made that kind of a rivalry between the two of them.
But the match itself, didn't do a ton for me. Like 3.25, pretty good. Just mostly felt like a squash for Mayu, so, which I get, because she's coming in here, and Victoria is still only 20 years old, and it makes sense that their first match should go like this, but it just didn't make for a super compelling match to me.
This was the match I had the highest expectations for, and I was disappointed, really. It's a fine
Victoria's
match.
Usually a lot better, is what I get from that.
Yes. I think she's terrific.
All right, so I'll definitely keep an eye on her as I watch. Because spoiler alert, I've got to watch way more Marigold after this show. I mean, the show is still very good.
Hell yeah.
The Marigold World Title match, speaking of things that ruled, Utami Yashishita defeating Mirai in 16-12. This was fucking awesome. So they started, started a little bit slow. They kind of just clubbed each other and they sold a lot. But then as you started getting to the 10-minute call, you could really see it starting to build. And as soon as they hit the 10-minute call, which I'm not saying the first 10 minutes were horrible or anything, which again, I'd say like the first like 3 or 4 minutes were a little boring, but everything after that is started building to the 10-minute call. And then as soon as they hit that 10-minute call, these two fucking went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They just went at each other, everything they had. Utami, one of my favorite spots from the entire show. Utami hits that torture rack bomb she does. She goes to pin Mirai, and Mirai just rolls right through the pin and ends up on top and almost fucking steals it. That was so great. And as a lariat mark in general, I love the lariats they were doing. They were like just clubbing each other with these lariats. Mirai, she's left-handed, I guess. She does all the lariats to the left side, and she does an inverted rainmaker at one point where she spins around with the other hand and does the left side and just fucking kills Utami with that inverted rainmaker, and that gets a super close near fall. And it felt like I thought I was spoiled for this, but I wasn't entirely sure. And I was like, "Oh my god, does Mirai actually win this?" But no, Utami did put her away at the end with the spinning crucifix bomb. But yeah, I found myself really rooting for Mirai by the end. Who I liked her in Tokyo Joshi, and I liked her in Stardom, and I like her here. I mean, I really, I feel like some people are a little down on her. She's like one of the only wrestlers she might be the best wrestler I've ever seen with only a 1.0 rating on Cage Match.
What the
by
hell?
one person, but yeah, maybe is this like really okay? I'm looking at the timing. Maybe this is like really angry Stardom fans who are mad that she left. But I don't know. But yeah, I mean, she's really good. I mean, I really liked her, and I thought she was really good here. So
part of why I watch Marigold is Mirai is my favorite wrestler. So wherever she goes, I'm gonna try and watch it.
I'm sorry I broke the news to you that she had a 1.0 by some deranged Cage Match guy.
I mean, there's all kinds of opinions on the internet when you go looking for them. So, okay, here's one. I didn't love this match as much, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It didn't quite... You're right about how well it heated up. I was also expecting it to go another level beyond that. They had a lot of great preview tags together in the lead up to this. And I thought there was another gear to go, and the match felt like it ended a little too soon. It could be the kind of thing where I go back and I realize, I just, for whatever reason, wasn't quite vibing with the match at the time, and it's hearing you describe it again, I think, shit, maybe I am underrating it, but
yeah, I'm only a little higher than the Cage Match inmates. I said 4.25, and they're at like 8.27, so we're close. But yeah, I thought it was awesome. I mean, it didn't. I sort of see what you mean by didn't hit that next level, and that like, it feels like if they could have gone for another 5 or 10 minutes and like even gone to another level, it could have been like a match of the year contender. So it felt like maybe it stopped a little slow with that. And
that's what I was expecting from them. I think Utami and Mirai are extremely good together. This is one of my favorite feuds of the year. In part because they just built it well in a way that made sense, which is not something I would normally say about Marigold. But Utami, when Mirai came out to challenge, made Mirai earn the challenge in a tag match. And once she did, then the two of them just had hot preview tag after hot preview tag until the show happened. So, yeah.
Then we had our main event, which was, of course, the Nai Takahashi's retirement match after 29 years. So, again, if anyone's listening and doesn't know Joshi and know Nanae, I mean, talk about a career that spanned like lifetimes, basically. Like, came up at All Japan Women's before it went under. Went to Stardom, or way before that, actually. Went to God, where the fuck was she? She was like basically bouncing all over the place. She was in Ice Ribbon. She was in JD Star. She had 1 year where she did 63 matches for 0-1. Like that was her biggest promotion in 2007. She did 63 matches with 0-1 max. Weird. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. But yeah, she just did anything basically to stay active during that like really, really down period of Joshi. And then obviously was one of the founders of Stardom, left Stardom to form Seedling when, Yoshiko got, pushed out of the promotion, came back to Stardom in 2022, and then jumped with Rossi to form Marigold in 2024. So, just what a career she had. I mean, just always been a great wrestler, just never, I've very rarely seen bad Nanai Takahashi matches. I mean, it just doesn't really happen very often. She did a lot of really intergender stuff. I remember she had this one match for I don't even know the year at this point, but she had a really, really good match for Masato Tanaka once. I want to see if I can find it actually, because I might as well recommend it when so it was on a Seedling show in 2016, January 2016. Masato Tanaka beat Nanai Takahashi at Korakuen Hall. So that's a match I've always remembered because I remember that match being really, really good. So,
who did she have that hair versus hair match with in Seedling? Arisa Nakajima. That's who it was.
Oh, Arisa Nakajima, yeah.
And that's one of my favorite matches ever. So that's my recommendation. Pull that match.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that match too. That was a great match. So yeah, I mean, she's been really great all this time. Miku Ano. So I was not super familiar with her. I mean, I'll be honest. She's 34. She's mostly wrestled in Actwres Girlz and Ice Ribbon her whole career until Marigold, which are two promotions I haven't watched much at all. So it makes sense. I really wouldn't have seen her that much. It's like her face was familiar because I guess I've seen her pop up other places here and there. I mean, so it's not like I had no idea who she is.
Yeah.
But
we've talked about charisma and aura. She has plenty of it.
Yeah. I mean, but to get to the actual match here, I mean, this was outstanding. I mean, her and Nanai just went 22:04. Very, very physical match, which is perfect for Nanai. I mean, she's someone who always laid it in her entire career, even more than like your average Joshi, which think about what that's even saying. And Miku was not going to go hard on her in a retirement, or easier on her in a retirement match, I should say. She did some very, very hard kicks, and Nanai was just beating the shit out of her right back. If you want to see people get kicked in the head, this is your match. I mean, this was just so physical. And Miku beat her with her own move, which I thought was very interesting. She beat her with the 1 second EX. So,
yeah. That feels like a promising addition for Miku Ano, who I feel like should be consistently at the top of the card, challenging for the top belts. Part of the problem with the promotion, I think, is she immediately got lost once she lost the belts and didn't really have any feuds or any follow-ups afterwards. And she's one of their best wrestlers. Yeah, she was the inaugural white belt champion.
Yeah.
Had a very memorable feud with Mirai to try and qualify with the belt, where they kept tying over and over again.
She was also Actwres Girlz champion, by the way, for almost a full year before the jump. Just to mention.
Yeah, so again, she has all the qualities you could want in a top star for a promotion.
Yeah. So I mean, just she was great here, and Nanai was great here, and another 4.25 star match, and best match on the show. So they ended strong, and it wasn't even over yet because then everybody came out to fight Nanai in like 1 minute time limit draws, which was so fun. So first Senka comes out, and we mentioned Senka as like this great rookie for Marvelous, and she like kept knocking Nanai down she knocked Nanai down with this huge shoulder block, and then kept trying for those awesome pinfall she does, those that All Japan women's style like dropping pinfall she does, which is so great. I just like I wrote down here just God Senka rules. I have to watch more Marvelous too, I guess, because she was so good here. Then Saori came out. She brought a chair and a bag. We never found out it was in the bag, I don't think. She gave it to Nanai, and my feed cut off before like more of the retirement ceremony, so maybe she revealed it eventually, but I never saw what was in the bag.
I thought it was just a present.
That's what I figured, but I don't know what the present was. But the chair was so they could sit the two chairs down, as Nanai does in many matches, and just slap each other in the face.
Hell yeah.
Girls rock. Just fucking slapping each other in the face for fun. And Saori, did Saori pin her?
Yes, and it's very touching because it's not so much a pin.
It was like a hug.
It was a hug, right? And that was the one that Saori got.
I thought that was. Didn't they do that with Hoda too? When Nanai hugged Hoda?
That sounds right. Yeah. There were a lot of hugs and tears to go around.
Koki came out and just hit some big boots. The most boring of the 5, honestly. Sorry, Koki. Yumika Hoda came out, and that was the one I have written down. And I pinned her with a hug at the end of the minute, so that was just really sweet. And then Momoi Nakanishi came out. That was awesome.
Yep.
I kind of figured she would, so it wasn't like I was going but it was still really cool to see because they were people don't know, they were tag partners in All Japan Women's. We got a Momori Lachi, where she almost pinned her with it. That was great. But she ended up getting pinned with a kind of botched powerbomb, but, who really gives a shit? And then the night picked her up and hit a Nana rocker and pinned her again. So, whatever.
They were they debuted at the same time, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They were each other's debut match, so it was perfect. It was like that was her last match. It was like her debut match.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's beautiful.
If people who didn't see any of that Nanai Momoi run, by the way, again, just go back and watch some All Japan Women's because there's some great stuff with the two of them. There's like this cage match they did. I'm gonna look it up now because it was so fucking good. See if I can find it. It has to be highly rated on here. So. The show is already long enough, and I am going longer, apparently.
We're going to reach the 4-hour mark. I believe in us. Potting strong over here.
Okay, so it's probably this one. This is 6-woman tag. So November 23, 2000, Kaori Ito, Momoi Nakanishi, and Anai Takahashi against Kumiko Maekawa and fucking LCO, Etsuko Mita and Mima Shimoda. That match is fucking amazing. So definitely
I will have to watch that.
Somehow it's only an 8.9 on Cage Match, which again, the inmates should be arrested because that match is like one of my favorite matches.
I mean,
of all
aren't
time.
they
that
already?
So great.
They're inmates.
That's
right?
true. They are inmates. They should be even more arrested. So
they should go to the super secret jail.
Go to super prison. But yeah, this show rocked. It had a couple little down matches, but other than that, it was a lot of fun. And I am going to be watching more of the Dream Star Fighting Marigold because I greatly enjoyed that show.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they're in a really interesting place, I think. There's, like you said, a lot of great established talent and plenty of talent where it feels like it could blossom into something special. And maybe some of the talent that we're looking at now and it doesn't feel like they're really going to go anywhere. Well, part of the fun of the sport is just watching people develop in ways you don't expect. So,
yeah. I should mention they have a show on June 5th at Shinjuku Face that has a couple interesting matches, a lot of tag, obviously, but Mai Iwatani is going to make her first Superfly title defense already. So she's going to face, what's her name from Darkness Revolution? Misa Matsui.
Mm-hmm.
So
that should be a really good match.
On the show. Yeah, so that'll be interesting. And there's also another singles match that looks really interesting, which is Victoria Yuzuki against their super rookie Sari Yamaoka. So,
ooh, I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah, so that is very interesting and definitely going to check that out. So, as a new Marigold fan, I will be watching that show in a couple of days. So, it's a great time to watch new promotions too, because like New Japan's off for 2 weeks and stuff.
Yeah.
Got no more New Japan tournament taking up all my goddamn time.
And it's on it's on Wrestle Universe. If you're listening to this, you're already paying for this in all likelihood, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't know who the fuck would be listening to hour 4 of Wrestling Omakase.
Of the weebiest wrestling Omakase that has happened yet.
And they're like, I don't need that Wrestle Universe. Who gives a shit about that? Speaking of Wrestle Universe, let's wrap things up very quickly with DDT, King of DDT, from the May 25th show at Korakuen Hall. I only watched 4 matches here, but they were all pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
The King of DDT semifinal, Kazusada Higuchi defeated Yuki Ueno in 12-10. I should mention, this was my first time watching DDT in like 2.5 years or something, so definitely not a promotion I've been paying super close attention to, but after this, I kind of want to watch them more, so I probably will. But yeah, the King of DDT here, Higuchi beat Ueno in 12-10. I went 4 stars flat on this. I thought this was a really, really fun sprint. Just a lot of fun. A match that I really enjoyed, and I'm covering for the fact that I forgot to take notes when I watched it, and I'm trying to remember anything about this match besides the fact that it was really fast and really short, and I enjoyed it. Higuchi, I mean, I remember a lot about the final. I don't remember a ton about this match besides that Higuchi beat him. It was quick and it was enjoyable.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Sometimes that's what a semifinal in a single elimination tournament needs to be.
Exactly. The other semifinal, I would say not quite as good. I think I went like 3.25 on it, which was Kanan defeating his former Damnation TA teammate. Or no, actually, no, didn't he join after Kanan left? I'm trying to remember. Hideki Okatani is who he'd be. I think he joined after Kanan got kicked out, right?
I don't remember. That sounds right,
Okay.
though.
Yeah.
Because I have
be
not
wrong.
been following DDT closely either, to be honest.
Okay. But the two foremost DDT experts here talking about DDT. But yeah, Kanan beat Hideki Okatani in 9:41. There was a lot of outside interference stuff, which I'm not like, I'm not the biggest hater of or anything, but like it just wasn't, it was a short little match and Kanan beat him. So not a ton to say about it, but it was pretty good. The semifinal, which I think is vastly underrated on the cage match again, the DDT Universal Title match, Minoru Suzuki beat Danshoku Dino in 12:50.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just because I have not watched Dino in years. I found this oddly compelling. I enjoyed this quite a bit. Dino came out, he has this robe on, and he told people, I guess, we're going to get strong style Dino, and he keeps flashing the crowd, and we can't see what he's showing the crowd, which is a great camera shot. So we're just like wondering, what is he showing the crowd? The crowd, every time he flashes them, it's like, what's going on here? Like they react every time. And he gets to the ring, and he finally takes the robe off, and we see he has on plain black trunks, which was such a great reveal. It's like he's serious Dino, and he tries to wrestle seriously, but he doesn't get anywhere because he's Dino wrestling Minoru Suzuki seriously. So he finally takes the black trunks off to reveal his tiny little trunks, and Jun Akiyama, of all people, walks out carrying the over trunks for the little trunks and gives it to him so he can go back into full Dino mode. And then once they started doing like all the strong style spots based around Suzuki trying to no-sell the kiss or like fight back at the kiss, I greatly enjoyed it.
Yep.
I had a really good time with this. I know some people just will not watch Danshoku Dino matches. If that's you, I get it. I understand. But I enjoyed it. So all I can do is tell you what I liked. So I'm glad you liked it too. So instead of calling me a pervert or something.
No. Dino's a really good wrestler. It kind of pains me to say it because he is very gimmicky, and that can sometimes get old, right? But
yeah, you get tired of him eventually.
Yeah, but when he is contrasted with an extremely serious wrestler, he just is very compelling. I don't know how else to put it. He also had a fantastic match against Jun Akiyama.
Have you ever seen his and this is like not the only person I'm gonna say this for. He had like a title match against Shuji Ishikawa a long time ago. Yeah, Shuji Ishikawa against Danshoku Dino, October 23rd, 2016. Yeah, it's fucking great, if I remember correctly. It was like Dino going all out to beat Ishikawa during like Ishikawa's peak like DDT run. And like, yeah, it's a great fucking match. So that's one I can recommend for another like serious guy versus Dino match. So
yeah, when Dino gets to contrast with another wrestler, that's when he really gets to shine. If he's just another silly guy doing a silly match, he can get old.
Yeah, I mean, he does have some of those can be good too, especially when he when he shows up in like these big shows and has like really like big epic matches like that. But yeah, I mean, it's sometimes, but I totally get what you mean though. It can definitely get old. So that was an amazing run for Ishikawa too, because the very previous month in September, he had an amazing match with our main eventer here, Kazusada Higuchi. That's like one of my all-time favorite DDT matches for the KOD title. That was like Higuchi, like at his like just coming up out of the DNA, like the
their junior.
Yeah, their junior promotion. So he
yeah.
was still a DNA guy at the time, I believe, or he'd like just graduated, either one. And it was an amazing fucking match. And that was a match where I was like, okay, Higuchi's going to be a guy. And it reminded me a lot of this main event that we're going to talk about because they just chopped the fuck out of each other in that match.
Before we get into that, I have a very important question for you, John.
Yeah.
Will we see Danshoku Dino in a New Japan ring this weekend? Probably. For the Yano show?
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll be there.
I think so too.
I think he'll be there.
I think that's funny.
The King of DDT finals, Kazusada Higuchi defeating Kanan in 1909. This was fucking awesome. Another 4.5 star match. I think it's the best match we're talking about in this entire show. I think I liked it very slightly better than Yo and Fujita.
Yeah,
this match was they chopped each other's chests into fucking raw hamburger meat. They fucking killed each other. They committed so many murders against each other. Just exactly. If you want to see a match, if you're like one of these people And I know, there's some prominent podcasters in the network that are these type of person that's like, I don't understand the Japanese wrestling nowadays. All people want to watch is Ozawa, do his flips and do run-ins, and Saya Kamatani do, her fucking heel act, and these people who like hate anything like Western in their Japanese wrestling. Here's your match, basically, and it's in fucking DDT, which is really funny.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is the match for you, because this is like such a throwback Puro match. Two guys just going in there and fucking chopping the shit out of each other, and it was outstanding. So
yeah, this match made me run through a brick wall. It's so good. The Twunk Factory at DDT is undefeated. They cannot fail any of like these young, really muscular wrestlers that they suddenly stuffed in their roster. Like,
Do you know where Kanon came from?
Kanon came from JTO. I know that.
Yeah. So
but like, I feel like he really made his career.
Shed.
Yeah.
No, I get it. But the Taka Shed produced another one.
Yep. And it's funny how the Taka Shed continues to produce great wrestlers for DDT, because he's not the first JTO wrestler who's done better in DDT.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, though, like Kanon is good, Micah is great. I mean, he's produced some amazing. The Inaba sisters.
Yes.
Even Renegabe is not like, I know he gets a lot of shit, but he's not that bad. So I don't know. The Taka Shed. I mean, he produces a lot of great wrestlers. That's for sure. And if you watch these JTO shows, they're wrestling for like 15 people. So, like, I just watched one of the JTO Girlz shows the other week, and it was like,
wait, where are those?
Like,
is it all Nico?
Okay. YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he usually gets them up very slowly, but for some reason, this one from early May was up just like last week. I was like thrilled. I was like, yes, I can watch Big Haruka against Tomoko Inaba. Big Haruka is like a 5'8" woman doing a Big Show gimmick. It's so fun.
That does sound pretty good. Do they have more of the Inaba sisters wrestling each other?
I don't know, because they hadn't wrestled a match with against each other in like a year when they did the Takataichi Mania one.
Right, and I feel like that match was promising some follow-up. This time for the Queen of Champions.
They're gonna wrestle in July at the.
Oh, okay. So that's still coming up.
The big Korakuen, the anniversary show.
Got it.
Yeah, which that one I think you have to pay for. Somebody on a program, Zam, I'm tired of saying, told me I'm on this fucking thing way too much apparently, but it keeps coming up. But anyway, some Donal on there. Shout out to Donal if they happen to be listening. They told me that apparently you can pay for that show. You have to pay Taka ahead of time, and then he gives you a private YouTube link. That's so fun. So that's how you watch the JTO anniversary show.
Oh,
like, what a delivery system they had set up there.
I can't wait to slide into Taka's DMs.
A place that's
never caused him any trouble before.
Yeah, a famously safe place for people of all genders talking to these DMs.
Oh.
But yeah, slide into those DMs of Taka Michinoku and get your YouTube private link, and hope you're getting the anniversary show, not something else. So there you go. But yeah, so that was King of DDT. Higuchi's getting his title shot against Chris Brooks on June 29th at Korakuen Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he wins. Mansoor and Mason Madden from Ring of Honor are going to show up to face Danshoku Dino and Kazuki Hirata. That could be really funny, actually. And yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I think Chris Brooks is a good champion, so I wouldn't mind if he won. It'll be a good match.
I don't hate Brooks or anything, but I just really want Higuchi to get this belt back.
I'm with you on that too. So
yeah. So all right, folks, we went. How long? How long did we go? Let me say 3 hours and 55 minutes. It's going to be even longer to you, listener, because they have to add the. I have to add the pre-roll, and then they add a mid-roll ad or whatever. Like when I send them this, when I upload this, they're going to act me like, "What the fuck happened?" Look, we had a lot to say on the show. We had a lot of topics. We went 2 hours in Stardom alone. So, you know.
Yeah. 5-star podcast for 5-star runtimes.
There you go. But yes, thank you so much for coming on. I had a great time, and I'm definitely going to have you back on because this was great. To
Yeah.
For every goddamn Japanese wrestling promotion under the sun, practically. Did you see All Japan? We can talk about All Japan. I just saw that show on Sunday.
No, I skipped the Champions Carnival. Given some of the reviews I've seen, I'm kind of glad that I dropped.
You did a
All
great
Japan.
choice. Yeah. That Saito Derby on Sunday, I thought, like, I don't know. I was just like, that was no good. It was like 2 1/4. I mean, just really underwhelming stuff. So, the only reason why I still watch All Japan at this point is because I find Hokuto Omori very cute. So that's like my last lifeline is Hokuto Omori being adorable. That's all I have left.
That's a valid reason, though. So I can support you in that. I'll tell you what, though. Next time you're thinking, I'm going to load up an All Japan show, what if you load up some Tokyo Joshi Pro? Have you thought about that?
I never told the Tokyo Joshi story, did I?
No, you didn't.
And again,
we're going full circle, folks. We're professional podcasters.
This podcast isn't long enough. So I'm in Japan with Nicole, my girlfriend Nicole. I don't know who the fuck would still be listening. Doesn't listen normally, but anyway. So I'm in Japan with Nicole. We're at the Pro Wrestling Bar in Osaka, Count 2.99. And they have on a Tokyo Joshi show on the screen, the Grand, whatever the big show was earlier this year. Was it Grand Princess or different Princess? Something Princess, I'm sure. And I heard that the show was a little rough, even for people who like Tokyo Joshi, especially the undercard. And I remember warning her, I'm like, I don't know if you're going to love this, you might not want to pay super close attention. She's like, oh no, I've liked a lot of what we've seen so far. Let me watch it. She fucking hated that show. I mean,
really?
so much more negative than me. And she's just like, why are they so jokey? I don't understand why they're so jokey all the time. I'm like, well, apparently this style of wrestling is not for you.
Apparently your girlfriend is a work rady.
Yeah, she wants to see some people kick each other in the face, or else she does not want to see, it's not Japanese wrestling to her. So.
Yeah, you should show her that Higuchi match. I think she'll be really into it.
But yeah, it's just funny. It's just a really funny thing that happened. Because she's not she doesn't watch regularly, in other words. She just, I drag her a lot of shows and stuff, and she watches in the background sometimes, and she usually enjoys it, but for some reason she fucking hated Tokyo Joshi. So, she was very negative. Maybe this is her influence now that, is keeping me from watching Tokyo Joshi again, but I don't know.
You don't want her yelling at you like your dad did.
But the other thing is, though, she absolutely yells at me to stop watching All Japan. She's like, because when I'm watching wrestling, I'm enjoying it. It's very obvious. I get very into it. And she can tell that I'm not enjoying this All Japan stuff very much. And she's like, why do you watch this if you don't even like it? I mean, I finally got you to drop AEW. Can't you finally drop All Japan? I'm just like, okay, leave me alone. Just watch. I feel like I have to watch it because it's called All Japan, and also Hokuto Omori's cute. That's pretty much it. So. But yeah, there's the Tokyo Joshi story that was not worth 4 hours of build up. Probably it's just my girlfriend didn't like this show. But yeah, there you go. All right, folks, we should really get out of here. But it's after midnight here too. Jesus, Nicole. Speaking of her, is probably wondering what the fuck are they doing. You got anything you want to plug, buddy?
No.
Okay.
I don't have an online presence. I hang out in the Super JCast Discord mostly. So. When you hear some takes you disagree with, just post it in the smooth brain zone.
Yeah.
Cyberbullying me a little.
Everyone's favorite part of the Super JCast Discord. That hidden fucking channel. That guy who went in there and posted his own podcast in smooth brain zone. I was like, what in God's name?
We should not talk about Discord shit on a podcast, but yes, that was the funniest thing I'd seen all week.
We're 4 hours in at this point. Who is still listening? Nobody.
All your strongest soldiers.
Yeah.
We salute you, Omakase listeners.
I'm gonna make a guess. Ready? Maybe Odd Jobs. Maybe this one guy who always DMs me nice stuff on Twitter. I feel really bad that I can't remember his name now, so I shouldn't have even brought him up. But his name is P Cakes Midwest on Twitter. He's always so nice. I think he might honestly be my biggest fan in the universe. So shout out to him if he does happen. Even he might not be listening though, for all I know. But yeah, so that guy.
Ice Age. I bet Ice Age is listening.
Ice Age, maybe.
Ice Age is going to have a lot of corrections for me.
Ice Age might have like gotten through the marigold part and was like, I'm good. I don't need to get beaten. Like that's good. I'm good now. But yeah, those are like my big guesses. So maybe South Dakota Jones, another one who always he always pops on the Voice of Wrestling Discord when I say I'm doing a new episode. So
Velk is surely still listening.
I don't know. You couldn't see Velky again being like, I've had enough after Marigold. I could see him doing that.
He has to go take care of Tam.
That is true, and Tam is getting lonely. I mean, like
after 4 hours without Velk. Oh,
that's true.
Imagine.
All right. So we should wrap this up.
We did it. We crossed 4 hours talking nonsense.
Nobody knows anything we're talking about. All right, folks. Thank you for listening. Of course, you can follow us on either the Broken Twitter machine at Wrestle Omakase. Wrestling Would Not Fit. Next week we'll be back. So 4 hours, and then we're back in a week. Usually I'm back in a month, but here it's like I drop a 4-hour podcast, and then we're back in a week. So 30 Under 30, me, Paul Wedding, and Fred from the GBH podcast. All three of us are going to talk about our 30 Under 30 list, and we're going to talk about the Big Voice Wrestling list. It'll be a lot of fun. Until then,
hell yeah!
Thank you for somehow listening to all 4 hours of this, and I'll see you next time.
Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling podcast network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.